that new idea that you've got.
Microsoft Reactor connects you with the developers and startups that share your goals.
Learn new skills, meet new peers, and discover the latest in technology.
Events are running around the clock, so join us anytime, anywhere.
Reactors are communities to connect. We want you to meet real developers and entrepreneurs just like you. Here you can get skilled up and learn from our product experts in the Microsoft Cloud and in open source. So watch us on demand and share your own perspective as we live stream in communities all around the world.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
But I can't hear you. Hi.
Hi.
No, seriously, I can't hear you. We are even going online. Oh, वहाँ तक जाना है ना आवाज. Come on guys, show some energy. It's morning.
Morning.
Yeah. So my name is Parth Varu and I am the event planner for Microsoft Reactor India. Before we start, let's go through our code of conduct. Yes, we are all here to learn together. So please be respectful of other people's views, understanding of differences, and being kind and considerate in a way you all engage. Yes, obviously, we do encourage you all to participate, to learn together. Please do maintain silence during the sessions. And I now like to ask one question, and I have one goodie for that. You just saw at the starting the reactor video. So can anyone tell me what is reactor?
Community to connect. Online stream.
One answer.
Collaboration tool.
Anyone can stand up because I don't know whom I'm giving the
Platform. Let's connect the streaming platform. Learn about cloud and open source.
Collaboration idea, Microsoft is based on idea. Collaboration to connect with them. Platform to connect all developers.
Share knowledge.
Who said that? Yes, so with that, your good name please? Rupa. Rupa has given us a correct answer to share knowledge. So we are on local community spaces where we bring out like different communities. We have industry speakers coming in. The reactor is totally focused on learning. So as much as you can share to the communities, and communities is the fastest way to learn. I again welcome you all to Microsoft Reactor. I hope you have a pleasant day today. Now with that, I'd ask our Lalit Rawat sir to begin the session.
Thank you, Partha. Thank you so much for sharing the code and content, and I would request everyone to follow the same. And thank you so much for coming up early on the specious day of Azure Global Azure Bootcamp. I'll start with the welcome note with Mr. Vivek Sridhar. So he'll tell how this community is really important. So I've been in those community and those events for almost 6 to 7 years, and this is the first time which I'm organizing the events. And our other organizers who is not at here, Swaminathan Bitri, most of the people might know it, Keshav Jain, and then Chandra and Venkatesh, right? So all of those things are there, and apart from that, Keshav is there, Samik is there, myself is there, Jiva is here, presented here. So all of us here to give you some kind of experience and exposure to learn technology in terms of Microsoft Azure, how it is growing fast and what it is. So turn out for multiple sessions. We have 3 tracks, and the sessions would be accordingly there. And then you can follow up the Global Azure Bengaluru Global Azure Bootcamp. That site is there. Probably one of us will share with you. Follow the track up there, and then attend the respective sessions. Thank you so much. I'll request Vivek Sridhar to tell us and motivate us in and around how this community help everyone to grow and how this reactor will work, things and around.
Thank you. Hi all, I'm Vivek, Senior Cloud Advocate. I'm part of Cloud and AI Engineering team of Microsoft. And Welcome to Reactor, and welcome to the Global Azure Day. And it's been told, right? It's community and why community is important. Students here, there are professionals here. It's very important to interact with people. And Jiva did speak about what is the importance of being in a community, right? And we've all benefited from being in community. We have been learning new things. We have been gaining experience, meeting people, and learning various technologies just through community and meeting people. Right, you get to know about various technologies, latest technologies, which is coming up as well, right? So. So I would just let Raju take over. I just want to welcome you to the Reactor and Microsoft. Of course, people who are standing here, again, I'm repeating, there are tracks there, so that's why we don't have much chairs here, but you'll get seats. And when everybody go into different tracks, we'll definitely have seats for everyone. Thank you for understanding. Thank you, and welcome to Microsoft again. So, will you?
Yeah. Before that, I would like to request Mr. Viju Ghosh to facilitate this trophy to Vivek Sridhar, and he's our keynote speaker. So for providing amazing Microsoft spaces and all. Thank you so much. And please, Viju, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. So I have a mandate to stand close to this because there is a live thing happening. Otherwise, I try to keep moving. But if I move too much, then I'll be out of camera, right? So that's why I want to. And people like me was a short height, right? It's a difficulty for people like you to see me, right? So just bear with it. All right, so the theme of this talk today, this is for about 25 minutes to 30 minutes. I'm gonna fast pace walk you through about the history of Azure. I have had a privilege to work on Azure from a very early days. I worked for Microsoft. So that's why I got a chance to work on Azure when rest of the world didn't know about it, right? That was the alpha tester, then beta tester. As part of the launch, created a lot of documentation and demos, did demo in India also. So I will just walk you through. Many of you said that you are new to Azure, but Azure started a couple of years back. So that's definitely a journey, right? We have taken since 2008 when it was officially announced in a conference. And then we'll see what it is today, how it looks like, right? In a very brief, let's say, few liners. And then you will have a deep dive session coming up by individual presenters in the individual room. So I will highly encourage, depending on your area of interest, you pick one track and then go attend that, because there'll be parallel tracks happening, right? So choosing the right track is important, which meets your criteria. Now, I would like to play a video. I'm not sure if that video sound will come, but this is when it was announced.
In the context of Microsoft, with somewhat different and definitely broader objectives, Amitav, Dave, and their team have been working for a few years now on our own platform for computing in the cloud.
Can you go to your audio settings? Stream and go to the streamer.
Explain there. Yeah, explain this audio. The volume was low. So I'll increase the volume a bit.
It's designed to be the foundation, the bedrock underneath all of Microsoft's service offerings for consumers and business alike. And it's designed to be ultimately the foundation for yours as well. And so I'd like to announce a new service in the cloud, Windows Azure.
You don't have to clap. 15 years old video, right? And I'll pause here. This whole video is available in YouTube. You can go and search PDC 2008 keynote, and you'll get to see the video where it was announced. What is interesting about this conference, back then, it was announced as Windows Azure. The concept was that Microsoft was predominantly in the market building Windows operating system, right? Both for desktop and server. And Microsoft thought of building Windows for the cloud so that developers can go and put their application over there and just run that without really thinking about the infrastructure, right? So it was a massive, massive thought shift of the business strategy, what Microsoft was doing successfully for a couple of years, right? They were profitable in Windows sales. There was a lot of Windows adoption happening. Then they thought of going into the cloud. And as you said, heard that Ray Ozzie announced that it was the bedrock of all the foundation. So as we speak today, after 15 years, everything you see as a Microsoft online service sits on top of Azure. The teams, that the largest of every Microsoft online solution deployed in Azure. They are basically not meant for customers, but also meant for our own internal online services like M365, which is basically the Office suite, and the Windows and the Intune, whichever you get in the online. So you can imagine like how it started. So I would like to take you back. When I joined Microsoft, that time Ray Ozzie also joined. So we had a chance to hear him about his initial thought back in 2005. So I'll show you some timeline, and then we'll. So I would like to call this as a Ray Ozzie chapter in Microsoft. So Ray Ozzie joined Microsoft as part of an acquisition done in 2005. So he was the creator and the founder of a software called Groove Networks. So today, many of you heard of something called SharePoint. So SharePoint was built using that foundation. So Groove Network was an independent company, and Microsoft acquired that in 2005. And Ray Ozzie was the founder. He got also hired in Microsoft as part of that acquisition and was reporting to Bill Gates directly as a software architect, chief software architect. Now back then, a person like Ray Ozzie had to come up with some dramatic change into the industry. That was expected of him, right? The people like him, the caliber of Ray Ozzie was expected to make some drastic changes. So he started working on something which we see today as Microsoft Azure. But it was not immediate, right? So it took some time to build the team, create the proposal, and then share the idea, get the buy-in from the investors and the board of directors that it is going to be a huge, huge investment from a data center perspective. Because to run an Azure, even for you to go and create a single VM, we need to build a whole setup, right? It's a huge setup. If you can go and see some of the data centers available in India, you will be able to see that it's massive, size of a football field, right? And there's a lot of buildings, a lot of equipments, a lot of power supply networking, and you are just creating one single VM. It's not about you, but there are many hundreds of customers creating their resources in Azure. So even to come up with that idea, it's a huge investment, not just from a people standpoint, but also from an infrastructure standpoint, right? So he had to work hard to get that proposal in, and also build an engineering team who are capable of doing that. So he met someone called Amitabh Srivastava, who was then hired as the boss of this new platform. And that was named internally within Microsoft as Red Dot. So if you watch this video, after some time, Amitabh Srivastava comes and he wears a red sports shoe. And that was because this product was named as Red Dot. So when I got a chance in 2008 to play with this alpha release, it was known as Red Dot. We never knew that what was the name it is coming up with, because marketing had to go with the legal terms and procedures, right? So that was the beginning of it, right? And then before the announcement of this Azure, all Microsoft employee was there, got an email from Ray Ozzie, and that was coined as dawn of a new day. Text of the email is available today in the web. So if you search in any search engine, you'll get to see that text. So he wrote an article to make us internal Microsoft people understand what he is going to announce in a couple of days' time. And then the PDC came, which is 2008 October timeframe. PDC, his full form is Professional Developer Conference. I think it went for a couple of years, then it got renamed to Microsoft Build. So what is you heard today, the Microsoft Build, which is happening in a couple of days' time, that was earlier known as PDC. So in PDC 2008, he officially announced this product, right? When he officially announced this product, I'll go fast forward. But then it was not available for public. So we all had a beta this thing access, so you can go and sign up for it. If you're lucky, you're in the queue, you'll be get access. So there are a lot of even non-Microsoft people got access to that portal. What came along with that portal, right, where you can deploy things, a set of SDKs and tools which you need to use with your Visual Studio. And as I said before, that Azure was designed for developers. So you need to build an application to use Azure, unlike it is today. You can just go ahead and create a virtual machine and just use that virtual machine. You don't need to write any code. It's not pure developer-centric today, but it was back then developer-centric. Because the thought process, if you read the memo, the thought process was platform as a service to enable the industry to use cloud as a platform as a service. So platform as a service was the primary motto for Ray Ozzie and Microsoft back then. But unfortunately, it did not fly well, so we had to introduce IaaS also due to many different reasons. But you see that we had only 3 key services available back then. And they were web and worker role, as the name suggests. Web role is the website, which is HTML-based user interface. Worker role is the backend code. If you write some business logic, you write it in a worker role. And then you have got the Visual Studio template and the SDK available, which helps you package this data. You don't need to learn a different technology, different way of writing it, but you need to package it for cloud. Now, once you package it, it becomes a zip file and a config file, and you upload it in the portal manually. Unlike today, you can upload it from Visual Studio, but that time you have to push it to the portal. After you log into the portal, there was a place. You select the upload, and then you upload, and it will start spinning up that. And I used to show this demo to anybody and everybody who used to show any interest, right? And every time I try to do that, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work. So I created a video back then in 2009, just a 15-minute video on how to do that. It's video, I kept it in my YouTube channel as a memory, because that was the first Azure public demo I created back in 2009. So, and then we also introduced SQL, which was known as, I think, SDS. So you can imagine, like, you have that web and worker role, storage, and SQL, pretty much everything you need back then to build an application. Application building was pretty simple if you compare that as today, right? I came and joined Microsoft with 2 knowledge. 1, ASP.NET, and 2, SQL Server. That's it. They didn't ask me anything beyond that. But now, if you come to a technical interview for a developer, they call it full stack, which means everything. Whatever you find in the web is everything in the full stack, right? So it is more complex, but back then it was very simple. And obviously there was no security, right? You do not have the Active Directory, you never have the networking. So cloud and security was not like mingled together, and we actually have to enhance after a couple of years. And then in 2012, we introduced the virtual machine, which means that now you can go ahead and create a virtual machine. You don't need an application, and use that virtual machine for your everyday use. So you can have run scripts, you can run application, you can do everything. And when we introduced virtual machine, we introduced both Windows and Linux. And because of which, Microsoft renamed this to something called Windows Azure to Microsoft Azure, which essentially sort of like an inclusive naming, because now But somebody who comes from Linux background doesn't need to feel bad. That's why I'm using the term called Windows. There is a sentiment always for the Linux user not to use the word Windows. Windows users are not that finicky about the Linux term, but I have seen that Linux users are very reserved about their own word, and they don't like Windows most of the time. So we had to change that. It's definitely a pressure from the community. And we also introduced something which is a foundation today called ARM, Azure Resource Manager. So Azure Resource Manager essentially changed the whole way of how we operate Azure from an end user perspective and from Microsoft operations perspective. So it created sort of like a common layer of framework behind which all the Azure resources will be sitting, and you will be reaching to that layer, not to those individual resources. So if you today go to portal and say that create a new virtual machine, you are not hitting the virtual machine directly. You're hitting this ARM layer. And you give the instruction to the ARM layer, and ARM layer validates your credential, checks the authorization, whether you are allowed to create, and does all the things before it can actually go into the data center and start deploying a new virtual machine into the rack, right? So that's the ARM. Earlier, we used to call it as ASM, so that's sometimes known as classic model. I think we have got rid of that classic model pretty much by now. So there is no ASM resources anymore. You cannot run any ASM command. Even the PowerShell has been changed to ARM temp-based PowerShell. So all the things you do today from a high-level abstraction perspective, be it a portal, CLI, PowerShell, you basically end up using a REST API, okay? And that REST API is the ARM template or ARM way of doing things, as you can speak, right? And then today, I saw that yesterday the documentation, it says that 200 plus services, but I mentioned 100 plus services. So you can imagine that it's at least more than 165 plus services as I was checking last couple of months back, available today as a public announced production ready services. And as you see that, it's an overwhelming number. You don't have to learn everything. So when someone says in this audience, I'm new to Azure, I challenge everybody that we are all new to Azure because we don't know about Azure. We don't know everything about Azure. Probably we know portion of Azure, right? Because we work only on that area. Rest of the Azure, we are not aware of, right? I haven't come across anybody who knows everything about Azure, right? So we are all new to Azure. We have to keep learning as and when need occurs. And then I want to just quickly, I have already told about it, right? I want to quickly talk through some of the things I did for Azure. Is that I was chosen one of the luckiest few employees who applied for this alpha testing and then did test. So I talked to Amitabh Srivastava on a weekly basis in a group call to get the feedback. So I had an opportunity to talk to him, he listened to us, and he made some changes based on the feedback given by the testing, because we are all internal people. I did play with SDK, and I did demo back in 2009 when it was announced. After that, we did 3 roadshow in 3 different cities, Bangalore, Delhi, and Chennai. I think Mumbai was there. I was not part of it, but Bangalore I missed. But definitely Delhi and Chennai, I did present in front of the audience for the first time, showing them what Azure portal looks like, how you can create an application and build it. It was very simple, not very complex. And what I learned over a period of time, that you need to make a habit of unlearning, because you will be working on technology for a couple of years and suddenly you will realize that Microsoft is discontinuing that service. So don't feel disheartened, because then if you stick to one technology which is obsolete, it makes no sense from an individual career perspective, right? So if you are working on something, try to stay ahead of the game, try to stick to the fundamentals. So I come from a developer background. I was part of Microsoft Consulting. I used to write code for customers. So I stick to something called .NET. That was the foundation for my own progress. And everything I see in Azure, I try to see it in the .NET lens, because then I get some known ground for me to play around with that service. So if I, let's say, go ahead and try to see how that app services works today, how application can be deployed. First thing I will do, is there anything specific I need to do from a .NET application perspective to that application? If that is, then first focus on that. And then it is after you build that application, it becomes pretty normal, whether it is app services or a virtual machine or anything else, right? Same thing applies for the system admin. So if you come from that background, are you good at PowerShell? Are you good at CLI? Can you write script to automate things, right? So those are the things. If you come from data and analytics background, are you good at BI? Have you done the OLAP? Have you done data warehousing? If you have done that, you don't have to worry about it. Are you a big data engineer, right? You have worked on something like a large enterprise data with any technology, you will not find anything new in Azure. Think of it as the final destination of your application or solution, right? If you think from that perspective, learning Azure is just a matter of time. It doesn't require a lot of effort because you are doing the same thing either on premises or in Azure, right? It remains the same. Now, what I wanted to switch today quickly is what we are thinking from a Microsoft perspective, right? So what we discussed is past and present. Now we will be discussing about what we are thinking from Microsoft. So in this end of May, there is a build happening. The keynote will be streamed live. I would highly encourage you to please watch that keynote whenever it is happening live or on demand, because as soon as the live keynote is done, it'll be available. We are announcing set of technologies, and I'm going to show you a few of them because I cannot share everything which is they're planning. I even didn't know about it. So I picked up something which I think is what we are working in for the future, right? And you know, Microsoft as a company has invested heavily in the AI by acquiring a company called OpenAI. And many of us, I think all of us, at least one point in time, tried something called ChatGPT, right? So we all are aware of how to play with the ChatGPT, write a poem about something and send it in the WhatsApp group. We played with that, right? Quite a lot. Now, what we have done from a Microsoft perspective is that we acquired a company called OpenAI, who is an expert in generative AI technology. So the AI has many different areas and branches. This is generative AI. Generative AI means, from a simple terminology perspective, you give instruction in text, you get the output. That's generative AI. So don't go into the inside of it, the algorithm of it, and statistics behind the algorithm. So that's the job of a data scientist. From an end user perspective, generative AI is text-based instruction getting some output. And that output could be different form. Output could be a simple English text of, let's say, product description or summary of a paragraph, or it could be a generative code. Code could be a C#, Python, or SQL query, right? You can give instruction that I want to write a query joining these two tables. The table one has got this column, table two has got these many columns, and it will write a join query, right? So that's the output you get. And then you get something called image generation. Now, there are a lot of OpenAI websites available which helps you create the AI generated images. So that's also generative AI, which we are working with OpenAI company to bring it into Azure. It's not yet available in Azure, and we are going to use an algorithm called DAL-E, and that's where you type something. You say that I want to show a picture of a dog, cute dog. So it will show you a picture of a dog. And every time you type something, right, or you give instruction, you get a different output. Now, from an image perspective, this question comes, right? Are those images copyrighted? Should I be aware of it? Should I be worried about using those images in a production use? Mostly, when these large models are trained, they are trained on a large amount of data set which are open in the web. Okay, if you haven't trained those data sets with the copyrighted things or things, let's say the part of the book which is right now in circulation, we haven't really done any kind of thing. So that brings in a key important aspect of responsible AI. And responsible AI is majorly a responsibility of the provider. In this case, it is Microsoft, and definitely you. Because if you type something like, give me a 5 abusive word in English, right? It will not give you any output. Try it out, it will not give you any output. Because that picked up what you want, your intent is. If your intent is not right, it will not. It will not give you anything which is discriminating gender, caste, creed, color, ethnicity, and all these things, right? So you just try this out, and it will not find any output. So they'll say, sorry, I cannot give you any output. It will simply deny. So the responsible AI is the core foundation of what we are bringing from a generative AI perspective. And this is the core foundation for everybody, right? And definitely as an end user, you are also responsible to really validate the output, especially when you are building automated chat using generative AI. We have a chat, GPT-3 model. GPT-4 is coming. That you can create a conversation-based chat, fully automated, fully AI-based. You don't need to create anything. It should not start abusing the others, right? So you have to be careful. You have to actually also build something on top of it, how you analyze the sentiment. So we have got a suite of AI, and that's what I want to bring up here to tell you what Microsoft is doing from an AI perspective. So we are not new to the AI. As you can imagine that probably since 2006 onwards, we are running large amount of online services. And anytime anybody running an online service has to deal with the constant attack by the not so good users. And we need to have some intelligent system which cannot rely on, let's say, known security vulnerabilities. There could be a predictive security vulnerabilities which need to figure it out. And that's when we have been implementing AI from platform protection perspective. So from a network perspective, what kind of users are hitting your network, right? Are they proper users? If the IP is known IP, you definitely block it. But if the IP is unknown, but the way IP is trying to hit your network is not the right thing. So that's something which AI will tell you. So we used to have a lot of models for our things. But here you see that on the top, these are online services which pretty much uses AI today and available for you to readily use. But on beyond that, we have cognitive services, which brings you a different approach of doing things. For example, if you use a chat software, you get a response from the generative AI. You want to evaluate that sentiment of the text, which means that is it a positive sentiment or negative sentiment? To say something no to your customer, you have to be polite, right? So is there enough politeness? How do you do that? So we have something called language cognitive services, which can do text-based sentiment analysis. And it gives you a rating between 0 to 9. Anything more than 3.4 or 5 is positive. Anything less than that is negative. That's how we try to identify when we build something for our customer and use this thing before the response can be printed in front of the end user. Use this text analysis. If it is not, reject it. Okay? I don't want to send any blunt answer, especially to the Asian customer who are not used to getting a direct answer as no, right? We'll say no with a different way. Say no with options, say polite no, say something on that. So it is that important, right? You imagine that you are dealing with a bank, your money is stuck somewhere, and the bank is very rude about saying you didn't follow this, you will be totally gone, right? You will say, I'm going to close the account. I'm not going to continue. This is not the treatment I want from a 15 years of the relationship perspective, right? So this is not going to work here. So we have to be careful. And then OpenAI is a new one under the cognitive services, which helps you do the generative AI. Beyond that, there are very industry-specific models available. For example, the banking industry, they do a lot of fraud analysis. There are energy industry, they do a lot of image analysis. So they take a 3D scan, slice and dice those images, do those. So those models are not available in Microsoft readily. If your data science community has built those models, you can bring those models into a product called Microsoft Azure Machine Learning and train those models against a large amount of your data, because these are the very proprietary individual company specific data. You cannot run your fraud analysis model against all the bank's data. They will not give you the data, right? It has to be your data. So you run against your large data lake, you train the model, and you expose that as an API. So what all of these on the cognitive services here really gives you is the final HTTP REST endpoint. Okay, this is what it does. So you bring your model, train the model against your big data, and you expose it as an HTTP REST endpoint. That's what the Azure machine learning does, right? So when you see that this ML platform, this gives you an opportunity to play around with that. So I've basically discussed about this already, just to highlight so that it keeps in your mind. We have GPT-3 support now. GPT-4 is in private, so which you can apply and then get. And definitely it does a lot of text-based instructions. You can create a TLDR summary. You can generate a job description. So you can actually play around with it, right? So you can say that I need an engineer with this skill set. Can you give a job description? That's called completion. So it'll give you a list of things like the paragraph with qualification, responsibilities, and you can post it as a job post for your company. It becomes easier, right? And this is the codex. Codex is mainly to generate code, either query or code. And DAL is to generate the image from that instruction. So I'm going to show you a quick demo and then see if that works. All right. So there's a website called designer.microsoft.com. All of us has access. So no special privilege is required. You can just go and sign up for it. So let me say try it for free. It needs personal ID. So this is the DAL-E implementation available today for you to try out. It's not yet production ready. So don't try to use it for production. You just get an image, but you can modify the image. Now it starts with this prompt, right? This is where I'll say demo, which is just the name of the project. And I say generate image. Now here is where you will be giving the instruction to, okay? Cute dog. And then it shows you some suggestions, right? What you can give instructions. Are you coming from the art world? So for this style of dog, thick color, only RGB colors. And then you have different Egyptian art, Lopi, and all these things. So let's choose the Egyptian art. Maybe it'll be an interesting one. And then I say yes. Now it will start generating pictures. Every time you give the same text as an instruction, you get different output. Everybody gives the same text, and that's the beauty of this generative AI. It's not going to produce the same image for 10 different users, right? It will always be unique. Now you can see that I'm getting something. Now I like this one, last one. You can also view it on a large. Let me select it. Now when I select it, it creates some, let's say, ready-made collateral for me. So if I'm going to post it as an Instagram story or a Facebook ad or something of that sort, it will create it for me. Now in the side, they will find those options. What do you want to do? It probably is an Instagram story. So you can take this picture, download it and post it in Instagram as an Instagram story. So your Instagram story looks professional. If you are aspiring to be an influencer, right, you can use that and build those images. You can even upload your image. So it's not only you need to generate the image, you can add image. So if you have your own image, your bookshelf or anything of your own dog, right, you can just add that image and build something as an output like this and just post it in the Instagram, right? So this is the playground. It's not really ready for production, but this helps, right? This helps many people who are not that efficient from a designing perspective. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to quickly show you the service available today. So when you talk about OpenAI and Microsoft acquiring OpenAI, we discussed about something like an enterprise-ready OpenAI for enterprises, which means not just the model, trained model, but also everything around it. Because the moment you introduce it to a large enterprise, the first question, how secure it is, who can access, who has access to my data, How do I protect it? Only for my employees, right? Which brings in, is it protected behind an Active Directory? Only the authenticated user can access it. Is it only accessible from the office for a banking solution? No work from home, right? So you have to sit in the bank network to be able to access it. Is it only part of the network? So the security is important, right? For this kind of solution. Accessing data is important. If I'm not eligible to see the other employee's salary, I should not be generating an AI writing that colleague's name, what is his salary? And it should not bring me the result, right? So that's kind of security, row-level security you need. So Azure OpenAI does bring all those enterprise capabilities to protect it against everything you do in that space. Now, definitely you have a lot of things. We can actually spend a day to talk about it, right? And then what I'm going to show here, go to this and then model requirements. I'll show you what are the models available. So I created two models, DaVinci and ChatGPT, but you can create many more models. So when you choose the model, right, there will be a list of models available today. This is not yet fully deployed, right? You can see that we have an ADA, Query. So these are all little low grade than GPT or DaVinci, right? So DaVinci is the most. GPT is for conversation. The rest all are the text based things. So you can see that there is no DALL-E. Now you can choose also the version. I'll quickly show you what you can probably do if you have this kind of thing available, right? Now, as we go along and let's say get this Azure OpenAI, you can even go and sign up for it. If you have got access to Azure subscription, Azure OpenAI is an invitation-based service now, which means you can go and apply for it. You go to the portal and say Azure OpenAI. If you don't have access, it will guide you a link. You need to fill a form, and if you're lucky, you will get. That's how I got it. There's no special privilege because I got to know it early, so I applied early. So I was one of the earlier people to get it. Now it is heavily in demand. A lot of people wanted to try it out, so there is a huge queue, obviously. So I want to show you, I'm not going to spend and run this for a very long period of time, but I want to show you that this is a developer approach of using the OpenAI, right? When you build an application, build a website and create a little chat window and use the chat GPT or GPT-3 model to build that chat responses, which is automated, you will write something like this, right? You will use either C#, Python, or whatever supported language available in SDK, or you will call the REST API if you do not have this that specific language support and build that. So these are all HTTP endpoints. So you can see that it is bringing in an AI into an enterprise scenario, which basically lets you train the model based on your data or the public data and use it. So if you are, let's say, a news industry, for example, let's say one of the newspapers in India, if you train the model against your data, the style, the way, the language, the grammar you follow for that specific language, the model is trained for that. So when you generate a content, it will be fully aligned to your vision, your way of doing it. Rather than if you use a public model, it could have an Indian English, which may be not accepted, right? So all these things is possible today because it is now available as part of Azure, and you will hear more and more in the upcoming conferences. And I want to end here because there will be a lot more deep dive on. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Raju, for providing the keynote assessors. I would request Jamil to present trophy to
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, everyone's up. I'll not take much time. I know everyone has been standing for a long time, so I'll just take 5 or 10 minutes. I'm Zamir. I'm a developer relations engineer at Neuralink. Neuralink, what is Neuralink? How many of you have heard of Neuralink before? Oh, very few of hands. So the next question does not make sense. How many of you have been using Neuralink? Oh, nice. So Neuralink is an all-in-one observability platform. What we have is full stack monitoring, unified observability experience, telemetry data platform in a single application. What is observability? It's a whole different topic, but it's not monitoring, it's a different topic. But if you are interested and if you want to learn more, you can reach out to me. I have some of my colleagues here if you want to learn more about Neuralink. Also, if you want to explore more, we have sign up which has free sign up without a credit card, and you can start exploring Neuralink for your applications. It's free of cost, 100%, no commitments. Now, one thing while we are here, Azure. Neuralink also loves Azure. Now, Neuralink has native integrations with Azure, and if you already have your Azure subscription and Azure account, you can start using Neuralink directly within Azure from Marketplace subscription. With that, I'll give the floor back. Now, before this is a screen QR code you can scan. You can sign up for a free Neuralink account. We also have free hands-on self-paced workshops for observability and Neuralink, which you can do at your own time whenever you want. It's 100% free. We do not require any credit card again. So it's self-paced whenever you want to explore. And if you have any more questions, you can reach out to me. I have my contact details on the next slide. I'll wait for people to scan.
Wait for tracks will run. Just wait. Ask them to wait there because tracks will run.
All right, with that, I'll give the mic back to Vivek and Samit. Thank you. We'll be around if you have any questions on specific to Neuralink.
You have tracks. It's like
So there is 3 tracks, okay, and track 1 room is this, okay, and the agenda is there on the website also, the Global Azure Day website also, and you can also take a look at that one or that list as well. But track 1 room is this. Track 2 there is first room. Track 3 is the third room. Okay, got it? Any confusion?
track 2 is MPR1, track 3 is MPR3.
Track 2 is MPR1, track 3 is MPR3. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. We have a work for you now.
and we'll let them come down. You can give your introduction. By time. 5 minutes. Sorry. Oh. I think yours is track one, right? Yeah. Track. So you can start. Oh, please. Okay. So without my control, I can speak. It should be fine. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, good morning. So, this is the first session, so we are starting post the break. Myself is Prashant and Prashant Purushottam.
We also have online audience who are watching you here.
Okay, yeah. So, myself Prashant Purushottam. So, I'm basically into the infra solutioning, designing, deployment. So I think it's audible now. Myself Prashant Purushottam. So, I'm into the infra solutioning, designing, deployment, and all the stuff we have done. Right from racking, stacking all servers, and now we are standing in just on a click, create the server. So this is my journey. So almost 22 years into this IT. So today this is all all the certifications and all. Yes, so that's fine. So today I'm going to present the topic on hybrid cloud with Microsoft Azure Stack. So I think people might have heard about Azure Stack. So Azure Stack, a lot of questions would be there that what is Azure Stack and where exactly we can use it, and what is Hyper-V. So what is VMware? So and then now it's coming up like a Azure Stack. So what exactly it is? So that is what all about today's session. But there's no hands-on demo which I can make it up here because it needs a bit of a resource kind of stuff. But at the end of the presentation, so I've given the link where you can get a labs, like step-by-step approach, and where you can try it on your own laptop. So if you have 8 GB RAM and then some 50 or 60 GB hard disk space, so you can try out that lab at home. So it takes some time, but there are a set of sessions are there, so that you can try it out. So that lab link, step-by-step approach, everything is there in the presentation. So that is at the end. So I will share this presentation so that you can try out that. So okay. So with this, before I start, so I think everybody is familiar with hybrid. So now it is becoming like a buzzword, hybrid. So everywhere we say that it's a hybrid. So what exactly is a hybrid? So hybrid is nothing but like combination. I have something on-prem and some services I want to consume from the cloud. So I want to have both connected so that I can access on-prem, on cloud, and cloud services on-prem. So it's a combination of cloud and on-prem. So that is what the hybrid. So now, I think Azure, everybody has worked on Azure. So you are familiar with the screen and you are familiar with the services. You know that you just get into the manager and then, okay, just go to the services and then create a VM, fill the form, click OK, done. VM is ready. So now if I view a server, like say like what? So I need to put a CD and then should I start installation? No. So it takes like hours together, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, depends. here, and nowadays it's not at all. So it's all coming up with like all ready-made. You just bring the box, connect it to the network and the power, and done. So all the things are accessible. You might have heard about the converged infrastructure, hyper-converged infrastructure. Earlier days, like we used to say, server rack mode, okay, 2 unit, 4 unit, 6 unit, and then we say blade, okay, it comes 16 unit, 24 unit. So a blade can accommodate around 8 to 10 servers, 16 servers, 64 servers. So that was the huge at that time. But now the converged system has changed everything. Now, what exactly a converged system? A rack will come. So it's a combination of your compute, network, and the storage. Done. Now, you just say what is your requirement. Your OEM, like any partners, like a Dell, HP, or anyone. So they design the hardware according to your requirement, and they just deliver the rack to you. And what we have to do, just plug in the network, plug the power supply, and then done. So your entire data center is ready within a rack. Now, same example, if I want to run 100 applications earlier, my server room, 100 servers, like one rack can hold 20 servers, and within that 20, I cannot put all 20 servers because KVM, network connector, patch panel. So I can put around 16 servers in one rack. Now you say 100 servers. Now how many racks? Got it. Now, if you say 200 servers, now it all comes in a box. You can just keep it on the side, and then I can say this is this size box. It's ready with your storage, network, and the compute. Everything is ready. So now we are standing in a converged. Now I can say hyper converged has become known now. Here. So this is what like today we are going to see that what is that converged system and how it benefits my hybrid type of a network. Yeah. So now let me start with this. So agenda, it's okay, fine. These are all the topics like which we are going to touch upon. So don't get scared like agenda, it's like too many big lines. So no need to worry about that. Yeah, let me start with that. So what is Stack Hub? I mean to say Azure Stack Hub. Now what is a Stack Hub? Clear? Stack Hub. Stack Hub is a kind of what you can say that a service, or I can say a platform within the Azure stack. Stack Hub. So let me just help you out with that. So let me show you that. So now this is what Azure Stack. Now Azure Stack consists of these three: Azure Stack Edge, Azure Stack HCI, Azure Stack Hub. Like today, we give more focus on what exactly the Azure Stack Hub, but we are also just getting the hint of what is HCI and what is Edge. Because when I talk about Stack, it should be like all three together, but more focus on Azure Stack Hub. HCI Edge is like a ready-made solution, so that like it's available. So that we'll see what exactly these things are. So I think now we got it right. Stack is, we are calling it as a platform, or you can say a product, or you can say a service. Now within that, so we have these three. Clear? And on this, we are going to touch upon Azure Stack Hub. Clear? So okay. So now let me switch into this presentation. So okay, now we'll come to this. Now, what is a Stack Hub? Now, say an example. You are in a, I think Azure services nowadays, it's available in all the locations, all the countries, and every region, everywhere it is available. Now you just think in a situation that, or you take a consideration that you are in a region so where you don't have that internet facility, like how you can plug it to the cloud and how you can work it. Here, there are few regions or the locations where we don't have a network facility, or even though we have a network facility, internet facility, there is a latency, so that where my application access is getting impacted. Here, so or take an example that in some of the region, Azure services is not available. Clear? Now, in this situation, I want to have a complete environment like Azure. Now, I think we almost got used to the Azure kind of services, like, okay, open the console, right click, create the service, and then start using it. Now, on-prem, I want to have such kind of features. Clear now? So if you want to have same Azure on your on-prem, now that is what we're talking about. Azure Stack Hub. Clear? Now, what exactly the Azure Stack Hub? So no internet connectivity, latency problem, or in a region where Azure services are not available, but I want to have Azure kind of a features for my, what you can say, organization. So then I prefer to go for Stack Hub. Clear? So that's what you can see that. So what exactly is Stack Hub? It is like a combination of Azure plus OEM. Like when I talk about OEM, I think Dell, HP, there are not many vendors are there. Clear? So combination of these two, they formed a hyper-converged system kind of a architecture. And on top of it, so this Azure Stack Hub will be installed. So I mean to say that you cannot do the installation. It's a pre-built. It's a pre-built. So that you can get infra, you can put it on your office, and you can get connected to the network, and everybody can do the same kind of access administrations how you do it on Azure. Clear? So suppose like in Azure, what we say that we create a VM. So now in the same way, so now on-prem, when I install this particular Azure Stack Hub, you have the console manager, so Azure manager, and then you just open up the console, and then you also get the resources, and then you just go and create the VM and just create the networking, and you create, you want to have the functions, you want to have the logic apps, or all kind of services. So, but not entire services which is available in Azure that can be on this particular Stack Hub. There are few services that we are also going to see the list that what exactly those services which is available in the Stack Hub. So now, okay, so now my office, now say an example, it's in a Navy or in a defense, like they will, Navy, if I take it, they'll be completely on the water. Now they want to have their own kind of what you can say, the network, their own kind of infrastructure, their own kind of what you can say, the server infrastructure. So they can have this particular Stack Hub, put it into the ship, and entire network, everything is ready, running in this. And they can run all their workloads, applications, database, everything they can run it. And there are two options with this Stack Hub. One is I can run without cloud connected, without internet. Clear? Everything on-prem like Azure. Now I want to switch, means like I want to connect this into the Azure. You also have that flexibility so that you can hook up this Azure Stack Hub to the Azure. So how I can do that? I think you know. So VPN, site-to-site VPN. So you can have those kind of connectivity. So where you can establish the connection of this Azure Stack Hub to the Azure, and where you can have all the resources accessibility. Now say an example, on-prem I have the Stack Hub, but I want to do a centralized monitoring. Now that should happen through my Azure. Yes, you can. Clear? Now say an example, there are some Azure applications which has been developed. Now I won't have that applications on my Stack Hub. Yes, you hook up to the Azure, hook up to the internet. Yes, you can have the same application which is developed to the Azure, which can run on Stack Hub. So that is the advantage, and that is the flexibility. Clear? But now with all these things, there are you can see that like integrated system pre-built track 4 to 16 nodes. There is some limitation. We cannot have this feature like Azure, like n number of workloads I want to run. No, that's not possible. So maximum it can go up to 16 physical nodes. Clear? Minimum it needs is 4 nodes. Clear? So what is that nodes? That we are going to see that like how it is connected, how it is there. That we are going to see that. But restriction, we cannot have such a huge load, but maximum up to the 16 nodes. Clear? And we also need to understand what the Azure Stack Hub is not. It is not going to replace your virtual environment. No. It is not the replacement of your VMware. Already you have it. Hyper-V, already you have it. No, it's not the replacement. Clear? So that's what we mentioned, that you want to have a Azure kind of a platform on-prem. Yes, the Stack Hub, but it's not the replacement. Clear? And the next point, it also says customizable infrastructure. No, it is not customizable. That's what I say, that Azure with OEM partner, they design, they deploy, they develop, and they hand over the infra to you. Clear? You just bring that box, hook it up to your network, connect the power supply, just get on. Clear? And where can I do any reinstallation, reconfigurations, modifications? No tampering to any of the base OS. I can say that hypervisor, if I have a VMware, I can say I can tweak hypervisor. So I can get into the hypervisor, I can do lot many configurations. But with this Stack Hub, no modifications. Clear? It's a fixed environment based on your requirement. 4 node, 6 node, 8 node, 10 node, you can get it. And then the thing is up to maximum 16 nodes, and you just get the similar environment of the platform like Azure. Clear? So the next is like solution that eliminates the responsibility of underlying infrastructure. Now, when we talk about Azure, what is the major benefit? I need not to worry about the hardware. Clear? Now, I want to update the server. No, Azure will do that. Clear? Patching all the servers and taking care of the beneath layer of the networking, what you can say that security, and what you can say the server platform, everything is taken care by Azure. But when I go to the Azure Stack Hub, no, it's not Azure's responsibility. It's the responsibility of who built this particular environment. There are two things. One is we can only just get the server and we can only manage. We hire administrators and then like architects and solution designers and support engineers, and they can manage this. Or it can be managed by some other managed service vendor. Clear? And it's their responsibility to take everything like updating, patching, everything that has to be taken care of. Clear? So okay. Now this is what exactly the Stack Hub. So now with this, we're also going to see that, as I said that, like edge and disconnected solution, cloud app. So if you have developed already a cloud app, Stack Hub, you can run the same cloud app without any modification. That is the plus point. And the second one, edge and disconnected solution. So it can hook up to the Azure or you can run it offline. And the next one is cloud app model on premises. Like similarly, Azure Cloud Web App, the same screen, same configurations, which runs on premises. Clear? Okay. So now we just learned about something about Stack Hub. Now we'll try to see the other two components also. So now we'll just try to see what is Azure Stack HCI and what is Azure Stack Edge. Clear? So okay. So now take an example. I have an office, but office is very small. But I won't have the cloud features in my office. But my office is small. But I'm not investing like a huge to have my data center or buy a big rack and then like a Stack Hub kind of infrastructure. So I don't want. As of now, my need is not that. But I want to have the cloud feature, cloud accessibility, portability, and I want to work with the similar features. The next solution comes is HCI. Here. Now, what is that HCI? That is what we are talking about, hyper-converged infrastructure. Hyper-converged infrastructure. So now, what exactly that hyper-converged infrastructure? I can say this box. That's it. Clear now? And this box, I can have again, maximum 16 nodes, but minimum 2 nodes. Here for HCI, if I want to go for HCI, 2 nodes is minimum, but maximum I can go up to 16 nodes. I can cluster it. Clear? So now if I take a 2 node, a bare minimum for my office requirement, it's a very small box like this. I can just hook up into my office, connect the network, connect the power, and then it's done. Clear? But the HCI is a bit different compared to the Stack Hub. Now what exactly that? HCI, like we can deploy. Clear now? Or I can take some managed services guy to do the deployment for this. Mean to say that HCI is not like pre-built, fixed, everything it is coming up. So like any Microsoft certified servers, we can take it up and we can build HCI infrastructure on that. Clear? So, or now say an example, or it's like, okay, I don't have that flexibility, but I want to buy a hyper infrastructure, hyper converged infrastructure. Again, we can go to the OEM partners and we can buy a ready-made for my requirement, like a 2 node, 4 node, 6 node, and then I can buy it. Once I buy it, so that we need to deploy this particular infrastructure, and we can manage this infrastructure. Clear? And the next thing for the Stack Hub, I say that offline, like without internet, with internet. But for this HCI, mandatory, it needs a connection. Minimum duration is 30 days. Clear now? Not less than that. So every 30 days, at least once, the HCI should connect to the Azure. Now for what? Now same example, there are a lot of components or services which is there in the HCI, which gets that updates from the Azure. And all these updates will happen on your the box, whatever you have purchased, hyper-converged infrastructure, and the billing. Mean to say that whatever the resources which you consume, whatever the services which you consume, so that will get updated into the Azure portal so that you get the billing, so that all these things will happen when you hook up this to the Azure. So now I can say connectivity mandatory, but 30 days I can be offline, but minimum 30 days once it should be plugged up into the HCI. Now the question may come is, I don't plug it up. 30th day I forgot to plug up to the internet. So what will happen? Whatever the services which is running, it will run. It is not going to be affected. But any new services which you want to commission, so that flexibility will not be there. Now, say an example, like you want to have one more web app to be created, like post 30 days, now it won't allow you to create. So now, just like a security mandate, you know, right? My system is running out of 20 days without patch. Now, all of a sudden, if I plug it, it says you cannot log in. So it will take you to the patching, and then you have to get patched, and then you can connect to the office network. Similar way, like post 30 days, if you get connected, so first thing you have to connect. Once everything update is done, so then you're allowed to create the services on HCI. Clear? Okay. So now, post this HCI, now we'll come to the edge. Now, what exactly the edge? So I think you know that, right? Edge solution. You might have heard about edge. When we talk about edge, yeah, the first thing which comes to me is IoT. So I have a lot of sensors. I have a lot of devices which I want to hook it up. And I want to get the data. I want to analyze the data. I want to build a model, and I want to get the output. Clear? Now, say an example, when I talk about IoT, so the machine learning which comes into the picture. Now, for that machine learning, I think you know that Azure provides all those services in Azure environment. Clear? Now, say an example, we are in a ship, or take an example like we are in an office, like where we have lot of what you can say IoT devices which we wanted to get the data, and we want to analyze it. We want to get the output. So what happens? Like now, more than 100 devices you have. Now I hook up these devices to IoT. There will be a time delay in taking all the data. So getting into the Azure, and then getting into the data lake, and then doing all the analysis, and then getting the output. So now, to cut down that latency or the duration, so we can go for edge, Azure edge. So what exactly does? Now you have the devices. Now you need to place an order to the Microsoft. Now this is not provided by the OEM. Now this is provided by HCI. Sorry, the edge is provided by the Microsoft. Now based on the requirement, you need to apply for the Microsoft, and they send you, or they ship you that particular device. Clear? It's like a 1 unit, what you can say, the server kind of a device, and that you just need to plug it to your network, and all your IoT devices will get connected to this, and that machine learning, data analysis, all these things will be done here, and then you can get the output. Or once the analysis is done, I won't have that data into my Azure also, connect this into the Azure and to the internet, and all your data will also get into the Azure. So mean to say that for my IoT devices, I want to have a quicker analysis and data analysis, and then to get the output, so we go for the edge devices. Clear? And then like GPU, FPGPU. So I think you might have heard about those things. Like it needs high compute and video processing, all those things. So that 1 unit, what has been shipped by the Microsoft, will have all those things in that particular server. And that you are going to plug it here, and all these local devices will get connected to this. Clear? Now that is what the edge. Clear? Now when we talk about stack, 3 things: Stack Hub, HCI, and then edge. Clear? So completely offline, we go to the Stack Hub. So now I won't have a small office, but there are many branch offices out there. I want to have small, what you can say, offices to be connected, so that you can just go for a HCI. And for the HCI, it's all in our control, that we have to manage all the infrastructure, but it is a hyper-convergent infrastructure, very small, but it's powerful. It can have network, storage, plus your compute. And then edge, only for your IoT devices, where you want to have a quicker analysis of the data, and you want to get the output, so that you can go with the edge. And edge is delivered by Microsoft. HCI, again, OEM vendors are there, and where you can buy it, or any Microsoft certified servers, already you have it in your office or in your company, so that you can leverage those servers also. But for the Stack Hub, it is only with the OE. Clear? Okay. So now, with that next slide, it will the same thing. So it is going to tell you that the same thing. So here, like already we discussed backup. So connectivity, it's not required, and it is connectivity is required, and this is connectivity is required. So and where exactly the scenarios? So we use this stack hub, edge, and then HCI. Clear? Okay. So now with this next, we are going to discuss on this one, integrated hybrid cloud consistency. Here, integrated hybrid cloud consistency. So mean to say what? So I can leverage all the services. When we talk about hybrid, that is the plus point. So I can leverage. Now what exactly? So for the identity manager, so or identity management, you heard about Azure Active Directory. Yes. So if it is in a hybrid mode, so we can use Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, which runs in a hybrid mode. Clear? Now that is what we say that like common identity on-prem and cloud. So that is what Azure Active Directory and Active Directory. Integrated management security across the hybrid cloud. Integrated management security. So I think you have the Defender here and which connect to the security sentinel. So you can security center. So that you can have all the defenders, and defenders will upload everything into the security center, and you can do all the things with your security center. Clear? Now that can also be leveraged if you're in a hybrid mode. Now same example, Defender, that you have to just install the Defender on your on-premises services, and which can hook up to the Azure, and Azure Security Central will pull all the data, security related things, and you can have a notifications, alerts, all the actions like runbooks, everything which can be deployed over there. Clear? And the next, if I take a consistent data platform, a data center, like consistent data platform in the sense, now we have a database, SQL. So I think you know Azure SQL, so that we can. So if I want to have my database move to Azure, so in a hybrid mode, it becomes very easy for us, so that all these databases, SQL servers, we have it, so where we can get it migrated to the Azure SQL, and where I can have a consistency. Clear? Or any applications which is there in the cloud. So I want the data to be stored on my SQL server, that can also be designed, or Azure SQL, that can also be designed for that. Clear? And then the next is like unified deployment DevOps. That is the plus point. Now any Azure application like that also can be extended to my on-premises. Clear? Now these are all the if I run my platform in a hybrid, these are all the advantages what we have. Clear? Okay, so now next thing we'll go to. So this is one small, I can say like, let me just extend this diagram. You can see that. So one of the things like how we can have those things like in a hybrid mode. So how I can leverage my Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, or Defender, Sentinel. So all these things, how it can be connected. Now you can see like this is my stacker, this is my on-premises, and this is my Azure services. Now we can hook up through the VPN, and then like we can get connected. So this on my on-premises Azure stack up the web applications, so that it can integrate with your Azure web apps. So this is how we can get connected. So Azure stack up to the Azure, and the same thing hybrid. I can make use of all these things like network, identity management, all those things that we can leverage. But how we get connected? So this is what one of the small simple depiction, so that how we can get connected to this. Clear? And one more thing, when we talk about Azure, so you have the advantage like it has got a very vast, what you can say, the knowledge base. Now architecture. So when it comes to the architecting these kind of hybrid network design, platform design, you can have a ready-made reference. You can go through with that, and you can have a templates, ARM templates, so that you can take it, blueprints you can take it, and that you can deploy. So now, suppose if you have like a client, this is what exactly the network should be deployed in all the branch offices. You can create ARM template. You can make use of the blueprints. Just run the template, and now all the designs are ready. So and then put HCI and then stack up. So that is the options for you. Clear? Okay. So yeah, now we'll come to the stack up systems. Now, what exactly the stack up system? So that's what I said that like we have minimum 4 node for stack up. For HCI, it is 2, but maximum it can go up to 16. Clear? So how it is going to be? So this is how. I think the border device that I think any network, like if you want to hook up, so there will be a border device, And within that, leaf switches, and then like BMC, that is what your all network management tool, that is like a management interface which will come in, and then comes is your servers. Clear now? Now this is what we call it as a nodes. Clear? So 4 nodes minimum, but I can have maximum up to 16 nodes. Now you have a flexibility of scale out. I think you know, right? Scale out. Now what exactly that scale out? Now I can have a similar cluster, one more. Got it. So now this border device, I connect 2 clusters together. Clear now? But if I talk about one cluster, it can go up to 16 nodes. Now I got the flexibility. I can have multiple clusters. 16 nodes, 16 nodes, 16 nodes. Now you think how much workloads we can run it. Clear? So, okay. So now let me take some more reference to this. Let me show you that. Yeah. Now it will give you some technical words. TOR. Now what exactly the TOR switch? I've given here top of switch, like switches. Like the border device will be your network layer, and then basically it connects to the switches, and then it connects to the management layer, and from the management layer, all these nodes will be clear. So some of the terminologies, BMC, it is like a base broad management controller and top of the switch. So BMC, I think tool sets all you have, right? We can say manager of manager, or it's a management layer, we can say that. So now with that, one more reference. Now I told you that scale out. Clear? Now what exactly that scale out? So this is what scale out. Now we can see border device, I can have it, whatever the networking stack, we can have it. And within that, the same clusters is going to be repeated. So I think don't get confused about region. Region is nothing but, so now we are here in this office. Now this is, I have that Stacker infrastructure here. Now this becomes my region. Clear? Region is nothing but the data center, wherever it is, like in a country, in a region, in a local, anywhere, any place. So that is what we just refer to as a region. So now this is how I can do a scale out for your stack hub. Clear? Now this is one of the reference, and then yeah. So you can see that. That is the plus point of your stack hub. Now I want to run entire thing on premises, all the workloads on premises. Yes, you can. Clear? Now that is what we call it as, and I can scale out based on my requirements. Clear? And clustering all is these things, you need not to worry about it. You need not worry about it. Do I need to have this connected, plug in and then manage? No. It's pre-built. OEM, pre-built. Give the requirement, Azure and OEM club together, partner, pre-built, system is ready. And next year, you want to scale out, OEM takes the requirement and gets you that particular scale out design, connect another box, get ready for you. All we have to consume is the management console, log into the manager, start consuming the services and resources. Clear? Okay. So now, edge device. Okay. Now with that, like, let me also show you that what all the services available on Stack, Azure Stack. Here, this link is also there in the PPT, so I'll share that so that you can just go to this link, and where you can see that all the services which is available when I talk about Azure Stack. Here in Azure Stack, now you can see load balancer, virtual network gateway, site recovery, and we can also have this portal monitor. So not all the services. Now you can see these are the services which I can have it on my Azure Stack. Clear? And then this portal, so that you can just go to that, all the solutions you can select, and so all the regions you can select, and you can see what services, what region, what solutions, where it is available. Clear? Okay. The next question comes is like sizing. Everywhere we do that. Now I want to migrate to the cloud. First I see what is my TCO, and then I do see that sizing. Okay, I do have on-prem this much. Now if I want to get into the cloud, so how it is going to be sized? Clear? Now for that, let me help you out. There is a sizer which is being provided by the Microsoft. Let me connect. Yeah, so this is what. So I can see, but not for Stacker. Stacker, you have to give the requirement. OEM will work for you. Clear? But HCI, I said you have the flexibility to leverage all the Microsoft certified servers, and you can deploy, and it runs on Hyper-V infrastructure. You can deploy, you can manage, you can customize. Clear? HCI. Now for the HCI, I want to do the sizing. Now how I can do the sizing. And this link is also there in the presentation. You can do that. Now let me just come to this plan your solution, launch the sizer. Clear? And when you launch the sizer, you have to create a project. So I think you know that, right? Pricing, when you go there, you just create that one name, you give it, and then you put all the services you are going to get in that pricing calculator. So the similar way, this is the sizer. Clear? Now let me create a new project, and then I say, this is my project too, let it be. So say next. So now when I get this project, get into the project. Now when I get into the project, now you can see integrated system, validated mode. So integrated system, so like all, I want to leverage in a hybrid mode. Validated mode, 30 days I run my own, 30th day we connect, we just upload all the things and get the updates. My billing will happen in Azure, so I just go with the billing process. Clear? Now that is validated mode. Clear? Now what do you want? Now let me take an integrated system. So now here it is giving you the option, which one you want, AMD or Intel. Let me go for Intel, and then preferred solution. So now you can see the OEMs. Now you can see the OEMs who are available. So here, so if I just get into this, these are all the OEMs who is available. Now if I just take Dell Technologies, now, so you can see high availability, N+1 recommended, default. This is 2 sets, just for the high availability. So it can be for a load balancing, or if something fails on cluster 1, immediately the cluster 2 will give. So bare minimum N+1. Suppose if you want to have more flexibility, N+2, you can have 3. So 2 crashes, at least 1 cluster will provide you the resource. But let me go for all basics, and you can also just give trial and error. That should not be a problem. Storage tolerance recommended 2. Yes, we go with storage. Also, it comes in a what you can say that high availability. So if some node or some disk drive goes or controller goes off, another controller will be there to take care. So now here, storage type, you can choose. You can choose HDD or all flash or all NVMs. Clear? That's option for you. So I can say any. So let me go with the price and see later. I get a quote and then let me bargain with that. So that, but you have an option to choose. You want to go completely flash or NVMs, or you can go with the hard disks. Clear? So here now plan for the future growth. 20%, 40%, 30% future growth that you can put in. Clear? But I'll take the default as 20. And you want to use software-defined networking, that can also be included over here. But right now, let me skip for software-defined networking. Now I can say next. So now it is asking what are the workloads you want on the HCI. Now let me just click on that. Workload. So I can give workload 1. Workload type, you can have general, SQL or VDI. Now the best part. So I wanted to add this. Now I think Azure desktop you have used, right? Azure desktop. Earlier like VMware VDI kind of a solution, Azure desktops you have. So with the E5 license, like you can just go and create a virtual, what you can say, the desktop, and we can just have it, you can access all your laptop. So hardware is not consumed on you, so that when you get into the virtual desktop, so everything will be in the Azure desktop. Clear? The similar, that Azure desktop feature, I want to have it on my HCI. So whatever that Azure desktop, from the Azure it is getting processed, but I want to run that kind of Azure desktop on my HCI locally, so that you can have this VDI. Clear now? Virtual desktop interface. Now that can also be, you can select it. Clear? So, but here, let me go with the general, and then CPU, how many CPUs you want? You can say 16, 32, 8. So let me give it 2, and ratio, and then memory, how much you want to have, 4 gig. So let me have 4 TB, and then storage. So now let me have 200 TB. Clear? So, and then, so I'll just, close this one. So here, So say add. Now it is getting added. So I'm just showing as a rough, but you can give a trial and error on this. And then I'll say next. So now it is going to get me what exactly the hyper convert system configuration, which you can order with your OE. Clear? So now you can see that. Now it is referred. So with this Dell, you can go with AX650 based on your workload, based on your requirement, what you selected. So this is like a sizer. Like I can only get to know what kind of hardware which I need to go and request or place an order to my OEM. So that you can do it, and then it will give you all these things. Can you see this 16? And it is 4 TB, and then it is 3 TB capacity. And then here, now you can see CPU, and then all the details which you can see it over here. So now for me, I want to place an order for a hyper-convert system. Now I want to know what kind of hyper-convert system which I can order. So with this network sizer, sorry, HCI sizer, so I can go, I can put all my inputs over here, and I get to know what kind of appliance I can go for. Clear? Now this link is also there, so where you can give a try. So now, yeah, with this, one more. Suppose if you want to see the catalog, like for HCI, all the catalogs which is available, so that you can go through each catalog. See, there are two things. One is use the sizer, give all your requirement, it will suggest you. Or no, I want to go into the catalog, and then from the catalog, I want to choose this particular infrastructure. Both the ways possible. So now the catalog, the same link, the sizer where we go. So here itself, like you can get into the catalog. So you can just click on the catalog. So it will take you into the catalog, and where you can see all kind of, or you can say that hyper convert systems which is available, and where you can go, which is suitable for you. Now I want to know what exactly the details of this. Now just click on this. Now it will give you all these particular details. Clear? So okay, fine. So now, yeah. So let me come back to my presentation. So now here, the same thing which we have already discussed, and these are all the features. Like, yeah. So the major thing which we discussed here is want to get into the licensing mode. Now, major things, licensing which comes into the picture. There are two types of licensing which we have to understand. So one is for a connected deployment, pay as you use. Connected deployment. If your stacker is connected to Azure, if your HCI is connected to Azure, so pay as you use. Yeah. No, stacker, I want to run completely offline. So now it comes as capacity-based licensing. Now capacity-based licensing means what? They charge for code, per code. That is what we call it as capacity-based. Clear? Very important. For stacker, only 2. But for HCI, it is pay as you use, because 30 days we have to get connected to the Azure, and then we have to get the billing from the Azure. Here, Edge, it is completely managed through Azure, so I need not worry about this. It is pay as you go. But for the stacker, 2 options, pay as you go or capacity based. Clear? Okay, fine. So these are all the very basic introduction to the Azure Stack, Azure Stack Hub, HCI, and Edge. Clear? So okay. So this PPT will be shared, and then like all these links which has been provided over here, so that you can just click it, and then which will take it to you, and including the presentations of all the things which has been given, so that you can leverage. Okay. Okay. Any questions or anything to discuss? So definitely we can use this.
Any information for the Edge also?
Edge, no, actually the basic introduction which has been done, but definitely. So with this, like we can get connected, right? Yeah, I can provide you the HCI architecture, design, deployment, and everything. But one thing, the lab, please give a try. So this will give you hands-on. You just take one laptop with good configuration, and where you can try out, explore all the HCI console, screen, operations, everything you can give a try. And it is a step-by-step approach. But HCI, but here it is not included, but definitely I can help you out. So through the group, we can connect Edge. But Edge, what you can say that like you can directly place a request to the Microsoft based on your requirement, they will ship it to you. And if something is wrong, not needed, you want to go for the next thing, you can return it back, and then you give the next configuration, they will design and they will ship it to yours.
What is the SLA again?
Sorry, SLA?
What is the SLA again?
SLA in the sense like for when I say HCI, now it is all HCI and StackHub, it is mainly on my infrastructure. So like Azure will not take anything. Like it is all how we size the hardware, and that is what based on my requirement, so that we have to go with that. For the edge, that doesn't come because like locally I want to have the data inside of all my IoT devices. Edge will do that. HCI, I will hook up to the services to get the updates and the billing. And extended feature to the cloud. So SLA is in this stack. It is all on us that we have to design our requirement based on what the SLA which we require. No, Azure will not cover this. Yeah.
So we have an environment where we have this HP service with VMware, and we also use Azure.
Right.
So you said like it's on cost basis and you want to upgrade. In the for the HP, it's like I buy it for 10 lakhs or 11 lakhs. I buy it and I don't spend anything, and whenever we have to upgrade, we keep on upgrading.
Right.
Now, what in this case do we have to, like you said, it's not customizable, and if we have any updates coming up for the box, what you're talking about, how do we manage the next update? Like if I want to replace my my VMware with this one,
right,
what do you suggest?
There are two things. One is with your hardware is certified and you want to go with the HCI kind of things, and your hardware is certified HP, Microsoft certified, RKA, you can bring it, Azure interface this with your Azure, and you can use it on-prem and Azure hybrid, or you can make two options.
So my thing, do we have to pay additional because like, as I was telling you, like HP,
Right.
we buy it and then they give us like again, you can download the latest firmware and all the things. But this, I usually see on the Azure cloud whenever I get recommended by someone else, they are like,
That's a nice service provider.
you have to spend this much on this, and then we like, I don't see it with HP. How does it go with this?
No, that is the same. Either you have to interface some service provider in between, or you want to go, you have to go with the OEM vendor to take it from this. Else, the two options what I gave, migrate using your Azure migrate, all the facilities you have, so that you can do that. Appliance you deploy, get that, and then migrate. You want to have the same VMware environment in Azure, you can have the same, or this VMware you want to migrate into the Azure VMs, you have the flexibility that you can do it by yourself with all your planning. So, or I don't want to disturb, I want to have the infrastructure as it is, Azure Arc you can bring in, and then with Azure Arc, hook up this into the cloud, and you can consume the cloud services like an extended. But if you want to take replaced by HCI, now service provider or OEM should be there.
So, do we have to buy additional license for support?
Yes, for the support. It is on the OEM. Yes, OEM. There is a contract which like hardware support services like Dell, HP, common what they have. So that we have to buy it for that, because they will take care of all the services, appliance part, support services and all. No, from the software side, yeah, Azure common support services you can have, and so for any applications, for any OS and all these things, yes, that can.
That will not be part of the license.
No, that will not be a part of the license.
How would the AMC work for this?
The AMC is completely on the service provider and the OEM. There is nothing coming from.
Once the SLA is complete, or those are complete, then
Yeah.
after the warranty period is complete, then it's totally on the service provider, nothing related.
Nothing. Yeah. So done. So yeah, thank you for the session. This I can just undo.
So we'll have our next session by Monday, but we had a wonderful session right now, and I know many of you have a lot of questions.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining. This Global Azure. So this is So today basically we'll be talking about the Azure Bicep using how we can automate our infra like Azure infra creations, and we'll be doing via GitHub Actions. So this next 45 minutes we'll be having some theoretical and some cool demo, and after that we'll be having a Q&A sessions. Okay. So that's all. Few things about me. I'm working as a DevOps engineer at Musk. So Musk is basically a logistic company. So basically, we are trying to move the physical container by the logical container, right? So that sounds cool. And I am a technology enthusiast. I learn about technologies, other thing. And beside of that, I used to spend time with my pets. So currently I have dogs, cats, rabbits, birds, right? So this is one of my dog, his name Bruno. So yeah, so I used to go with him sometimes for some, some solo traveling. So yeah, he never, he's giving a very, very good company all the time. So yeah, let's get started. So we'll be keeping this session a bit interactive. So so we can have some idea about the IS and other thing. So before start, can you raise a hand? Like how many of you are currently working as a DevOps engineer or any developer who are also doing the DevOps role? Okay. Cool. That looks great. Okay, so do you have any idea about what is, when is here the term first time as infra as a code? So what do you think about it? What is it? Any answers? Any from anyone? Any thoughts? Okay, that's cool. Anyone?
If you want to give gift, you can give gift.
Sure. Sorry? Cool. Anyone else?
Be able to automate infrastructure creations with your scripts or something like that. When you run the code, you automatically create infrastructure in your Azure.
Great. Yeah, that's cool. That's actually, so there is a gift for you. I can give it to, yeah, that's fine. So much. So yeah, let me put it, like in a layman language. So basically, infrastructure code, I would say it's not something new that actually, it's been from the years. So if you imagine, when we had like the infrastructure admins, right? So when earlier days we used to try to, configure, let's say the Unix VM, Linux VM, some DB, some other thing, right? Some backups. So what they should do, they should run some certain scripts, and they should store in a shell file or PowerShell, and they should run one by one, right? So infrastructure code, something is actually, it's a codified way to keep your infra things in your code, right? So you might heard like there is a concept called you build once and deploy multiple times. So infrastructure code is being the same thing. You write your code once, okay, and you can deploy your infrastructure across the environment. Let's say you have 5 environments. You don't have to create the infra multiple times, right? So, and it comes with a lot of benefits. So benefits is, in the sense you can save you a lot of times, right? When it's time, because if you imagine, if you have like more than 20 resources, right? Few projects have more than 40 also. So in this way, you don't have to create it multiple times, right? You just configure it and deploy it like one by one environment when the needs come, right? And also when you're writing something in the code, right? So you can put all the standardizations, policy, and you'll configure it as per the needs. And also the good point is like, when you're configuring the code, right? So you must be storing somewhere in the maybe some GitHub or some version control system. So you can say like who did what, right? So you have the exact logs ready, right? You can see where the problem is. You can do the rollback and other things also, right? So by that, I can give you an example of my personal experience. So how infrastructure code helped me in my case. So in my previous project, we had like 4 environments, and when we are almost about to go live, we got a what do you say? You got a requirement from the tester, like they need one more environment to test, right? But we are almost approaching the deadline, right? We can't. I mean, we are having that 35 resources. So to deploy 35 resources and everything, it's. I mean, you can't even imagine that, right? So we got the request on the Thursday evening that we need an infra, but since we are already on IAC, so we able to, deliver the environment within one day. I think less than one day. By Friday morning, we deliver the entire environment, and we are able to go live on the exact time. So just imagine without IAC how it is possible, right? You have to spend your entire night to build all the things, right? So this is IAC. And can you name of some famous IAC tools? Okay, any others? Okay, Bicep is good. Anything else? ARM template, that's good. Good. Cool. So yeah, there are actually a lot of IAC tools in the market. So these are a few popular ones: Terraform, Bicep, Pulumi, ARM templates, AWS Cloud Information, Ansible, Puppet, right? These are the the widely used one, but we have a lot of things. Okay. So this session will be morely focusing on Azure Bicep, like how to write. So we'll be talking about from the basic to advanced. So let's get started with the Bicep. This is not my Bicep, okay? This is the logo of the Azure Bicep, but is trust me, this is more powerful than this logo, okay? So that you'll get to know by slide. So how to, the basic Bicep about like what is Bicep? So Bicep is something is written on DSL, that is domain specific language, and that you can deploy your Azure infra, right? And the one that we mentioned as ARM template. So the people who worked on ARM template, right, how ARM template it looks like, right? So it's written on the JSON format. If you have in a nested way, your ARM template can be as long as 2000 lines. Because I remember in my previous project, I had an ARM template that is almost 2000 lines of code, right? And imagine if you have to configure something, depends on configure, so it's very difficult to maintain, right? So Bicep is come there in a like modular way, which will gives you, like a clean way to write. That I'll show you the next slide how to write Bicep thing, and you'll get it right. So, and Bicep, it has its own command line, command tools you can install, and then I'll show you the next slide. So yeah, let's get started with the Bicep. So Biceps comes about like, if you want to install Bicep, right, in your local system to get started, you can, just type this command in your command line, ag bicep install, and you can, this is the latest version as of today. You can have that. And also the next time you can try the Bicep upgrade also, right? There is some cool feature about you can do the Bicep format. Format is something you can check the beautification of the code, linting and other thing. You can build Bicep just to make sure your code is good. So what Bicep does when we are doing the deployment, Bicep is converting to a JSON file, and then JSON file is calling the REST call to the Azure, okay? And this is the one validate Bicep file and deploy to Azure. This is the same way we are doing the Azure deployment, like we should do for Azure, the ARM template deployment. It's the same thing. I'll show you. And the last one is the Visual Studio extension. This is like must have, I would say. This is as my, like personal experience. This is the coolest thing I saw about Bicep. Okay, there are a lot of things. There are intelligences everywhere. When I'll show the demo, I'll walk you through like in end to end. Okay. So this is how ARM and Bicep is interlinked. Basically, like if you see in the left, we have an ARM template. It's so long I can't put it there. Bicep is the one. So this is how you see it. It's a modular way. The cool thing about ARM template and Bicep is like you can convert your Bicep to an ARM template. Like you can decompile to an ARM template, and if you have an existing ARM template, that is also you can convert it to the Bicep. Okay, so there is a playground there. I put the link on there. I'll show the demo how, if you can convert your ARM template to the Bicep thing. Okay. So now let's get started about how to, enough of the what is the thing. So let's get started how to write the bicep, right? So there are a few components, biceps is coming like as like ARM templates. The first thing is the parameters. Parameters is something you can pass it as an argument, and that, so you can call the template, you can call the reusable template, and let's say you can have a parameter file for the dev, QA, UAT, production, right? So you can just use it. You don't have to modify the file, everything. You just need to change the values, the name, SKUs, what are the thing, and you can deploy it, right? So, and in certain cases, let's say you have missed some parameters. When the bicycle run, it will ask you for the parameters because it will try to resolve all the parameter value from there, right? And the parameters, there are few data types are mentioned: string, integer, bool, object, array. So, and there is a 256 of hard limit. You can't have more than 256, but 256 is a huge, as per my experience, right? And this is the one, the YOLO way. You can see this is how we can define the parameter. And you see the screenshot that I've added. So there I'm creating a SQL server, and the name, if you see, I'm getting the SQL server name, and the SQL server name is I added there as a parameter, and I'm looking for a data types as a string. Then comes to the variables. So when you have the parameters, right, the parameters can be passed from outside, but variable is something you can define in your code. So for an example, let's say you want to follow a specific naming convention, right? Let's say naming convention, you want to follow like your product name, environment name, some unique numbers, some RGAG or something. So in that case, what you can do, you can use this variable, okay, and the variable can call the parameters. So we see this one, the SQL server name I added. I'm calling the SQL server name, and I'm adding as a dev at the end. There you can put anything. You can put your product name. You can put anything else, right? So this is how parameter and variables are linked, and this is how you can use it. Var, then give the name, and the one important thing about is the variable name has to be unique, for the parameters, resources, modules, right? And when I was talking about the parameters, it comes with few decorators. Decorators is a very useful one. So there are a couple of decorators that I'm going to talk about. The first one is descriptions. Description is something you can put for your parameters to put a meaningful syntax, something, right? So let's say today you're working on some code, right? Tomorrow someone else is working there. So if you're not putting the description, then tomorrow the guy will become, he will not have any idea what the parameter name, right? What is the use for? So you can put the meaningful description there. So what is used for, and you can put anything over there, right? So that is the reason about the description decorators. The next one is allowed decorators. Allowed decorators is something you can put some limits, right? Let's say, for an example, you are creating a virtual machines, right? And as per your company policy or a project policy, you only allow DS to V3 or DS to V4 or what other things, right? 3 to 4 SKUs you're only allowing. For this snap, you see, for the access plan, let's say I'm allowing only S1 and F1. I'm not allowing it. So the moment you put allowed there, you have to only use those SKUs or the other only, right? If you put the other, it will fail. The next is as a mean length and the max length. That is also a very good one. So let's say for again, like if your project policy, you want to configure your storage account or the Key Vault, right? So as you know, Key Vault storage account, they have a policy, right? It can be minimum 3 and maximum 24, right? So if you want, like, I need the naming convention should be minimum 5 or the max is 10. You don't need the big names, right? Then you can put this thing, minimum length, max length for a string, right? And then is comes for the minimum value and max value. This is also something similar. Let's say if you have a VM or something, you want to configure the availability zone, right? So few cases, there can be more availability zone, like 2, 3, like that, right? So if you want to put like, if you want like, for a project, you can put like, minimum as 1 and maximum as 2. So there you have to use these SKUs only. So this is only for to set the limitation of the project to make your project more like more standardized way. And then this is the crucial one, I would say, the secure decorators. Okay, secure decorator is something when actually we are passing some sensitive information. However, it's hardly highly recommended. Don't use any sensitive information in your bicep file. That is not recommended way. But however, if you're passing something, okay, so if you use the secure parameters, then what will happen? It will not log that value in the log console. Let's say when you're running something, right, it will print all the logs. The moment you put the secure over there, it will not log that one. So this is what the secure decorators come to the picture. There is something called bicep outputs. As I mentioned, like biceps work in a modular way, right? So the guys who already want Terraform, right? So you are calling one module from another module, right? Let's say you need from the app settings, you want to add the storage account, connection string, or key vault, right? So this way, there is a like bicep output is for a resource. Let's say for the storage account, you want to publish its blob endpoint, right? Those things you can publish as an output. However, Microsoft recommend not to publish your secret as an output. How to achieve that I'll show you the next slides. Okay. And then this is very important for the DevOps engineers, like who manages this all the infra. This is for the bicep configuration file, right? So bicep configuration file is something for each and every bicep repo you are configuring. You can configure a config file. There you can put certain limits. Let's say if you see the second one, this mentioned no hard-coded location, and it's the level show as warnings, right? So that means if in your code, if you have any hardware locations, let's say your hardware location west US in one file, right? It will show the warning. There is also other options like as an error. The moment you throw, set error there, if it is find any hardware location in your code, it will fail. Okay. So this is just to set some best practices. I had kept only a few, but the list are too long. When I'll be showing the demo, I'll show you how to add all these things. Okay. And now let's come to the conditional based deployment, right? Because as a DevOps engineer, we know how important it is, right? Because sometimes we see, let's say in a dev environment, there is a requirement for the storage account, for an example, right? So QA, they are saying they don't need this, or in a QA, they don't have it, they need it in production or pre-production, right? So in this case, you can set the if-else conditions, right? So there are a couple of ways to set if-else condition. The first one is if deploy storage account, this is set as a bool, right? So if the value is true, then it will deploy that resource. And the second one, you can also have a parameter called environment, right? And the environment value, it should be dev, it's a typo, okay? So if your environment set, if you're setting as a dev, then it will do that, right? You can put also and or conditions there. Let's say you can put like if environment equal to dev and QA, you need this. If environment is dev and PP, you need this, right? So this is how we can configure all the conditional deployment as per the needs. The next one is loops. So let's say you want to create almost 10 virtual machines, right? So are you going to create like the 10 resources for it? Absolutely no, right? So there are a couple of ways. There are one way you go with the count, okay? The count is basically like, the first one, if you see, I'm trying to create a Cosmos DB, right? The Cosmos DB, I'm giving the range 0 equal to the Cosmos DB count. If you give the count here, let's say 3 or 4, then if you see the name I'm giving Cosmos DB account, and I'm trying to read that I, right? So if you give the count as 3, then we create, let's say, Cosmos DB 0, Cosmos DB 1, Cosmos DB 2. So it will comes like that. And sometimes you might have another, situations where actually you need, so you said, no, I don't need the numbers at the end. I need the names that I want to provide as an array, right? So this is also useful. I found a scenario like, let's say, you have a one SQL server, and there you need, let's say, 3 DBs, right? Based on the scenarios. So there you can add like, if you see, I'm passing the name and I'm looking for the SQL database as a, array. So there you can put the DB name over there. It is in the code. I'll show you when I'll be showing the demo. Okay. So this is how you can use the conditions there. Okay. So the next one, again, what I was talking about, the secrets and the password, right? So as I mentioned, Microsoft doesn't recommend like you hard code your password, but let's say the situations when you're creating a VM or a SQL server, you have to pass the password, right? Or how it will create. So there is a way you can get, let's say you have a existing key vault, like which is DevOps managed, right? You don't, it's in a separate, if it is a separate key vault, you can use that existing reference of the key vault in your bicep file. So if you see the snap, I am using the existing key vault on the first 3 lines, and on the SQL admin password side, I am calling that resource and get secret and giving the secret name. So in that way, what Bicep will do, Bicep will pull the secret from there and will configure for the SQL server. There is also another use case. Let's say you might already face. So if you have an app service, that app service, is talking about some other on-prem DB or some other DB which is managed by the other team, right? So they are not going to, you can't deploy their resource group or some others, right? So the way you can also pull the connection string from there and you can use it as a reference. That is already confirmed in the code. I'll show you. So yeah, so there is also one thing about the deployment scope. I'm going a bit fast because I want to spend more time on the demo so you can correlate, okay? So Bicep deployment scope, in Azure, we have few levels, right? You have a tenant level, subscription, resource group, management resource group. Let's say if you want to create a AD or if you want to create a group, that you can create on the tenant level. If you want to create a resource group, that you can create on the subscription level. If you want to create some resource, that you can create on the resource group level, right? So here in the snapshot, I put target scope at the top, and the resource existing, let's say I am trying to deploy the KV, right? There I can override the scope that the resource has to be on the resource group level. So I'm using the scope over there. So deployment scope is also very important when you are trying to configuring these files. So this is basically just to let your Bicep code know at which level you are doing the deployment. The next thing is Bicep deployment mode, okay? So it is also very important one. So basically when you're doing the deployment via the Bicep, right? So there is 2 ways to do the deployment. One is as an incremental mode and second one is a complete mode, okay? So try to understand this. Incremental mode is the default one and it's recommended also. So what incremental mode will do, let's say in your resource group, you have 2 files, like 1 and 2, right? And the Bicep file, if you have the number 3, if you deploy it, it is not going to touch 1 and 2. It's just going to add the resource there. And tomorrow in your Bicep file, if you remove the 3 and add 4, it's not going to delete the 3. It's the 3 will be there. It will also going to add 1 more, right? The complete mode is a bit different. Complete mode is something comes like whatever the code you have in a Bicep file, that is going to put to that resource group. Let's say you have 5 resources in your Bicep file and you have created some other resource manually, okay? So if you choose the complete mode, it is going to delete all these things, okay? So it is just an exact same replica whatever your code is and the Bicep, resource group, okay? And now we'll be talking about the GitHub Actions for the demo. So any idea about GitHub Actions? How many heard about GitHub Actions? Cool. So any idea about what is GitHub Actions? Like what it provides? Okay. Exactly. That's nice. So GitHub Action is provide you, like a CI/CD platform, so which can build your code, test your code, and deploy to the deploy to the Azure cloud or some other, like the destinations, right? So GitHub, in GitHub, we call it as a GitHub workflows. So if you have the CI enabled, like the events, right? So the moment you push your code, like the PR merged or you're committing, it will trigger the workflow that will run the jobs and configure the steps. So there are a couple of components, there are a lot of, but these things are basics one. So event is something like your commits, PR merge, and these all are called it as an event. And when the event trigger, the GitHub workflow, when it start the GitHub runners. Okay, GitHub runners is something where your GitHub jobs will run, right? And under the jobs, you can have a steps, right? Jobs is something you can have multiple jobs, and under that you can have multiple steps. I'll show the GitHub actions in the demo, then you will have an idea. So yeah, let's go back to the demo then. Yeah. So before going there, first let me show you that how the bicep playground looks like. Okay. So once you open that URL for the bicep playground, this will come up. Okay. So there, if you, let's say, if you have a existing ARM template that you want to convert it to the bicep, right? So you can click on the decompile option. This is one I already have for arm.json. The moment I try to open it, it will show you. So if you see this side, this is my ARM template, right? And this is the bicep one it built, right? So you can easily, how easy you can do that, right? So you can, if you want to migrate your code from the ARM to bicep, this is the easiest option. And also the same way, if you want to bicep to go with ARM template, you can put your file there and it will show you the exact thing. For an example, let me show you that. So let's say this is, I have my repo. This is the bicep code I have, right? If I try to put it, right? This is a bicep code I'm putting. See how fast it is, right? The moment you put your bicep code, it will show you the ARM template for it, right? So they both are very good interlinked. So yeah, let's walk you through the code now. Then I'll have a small demo about how to deploy. So I have an environment here. I have the GitHub workflows that I'll come. Let me first show you like the code about the biceps. So I have the SQL Server, storage account, app service, Cosmos DB. So this session, I'm going to deploy app settings and storage account because SQL servers and other things will consume time, right? And we don't have that amount of time. So if you see here, I'm calling all the parameters, right? The conditions, if you see, so let's say I want to call the instrument key, right? Let's say for this app service, I have an instrument key that I want to configure that service with the app insights, right? So you don't have to put the instrumentation key as a hard-coded. You can simply get it from there as a reference, right? The same way as the storage account. If you see, for these app settings, I want to configure the storage connection string, right? As I mentioned, Microsoft doesn't recommend to put your connection string as an output. So this way you can do that. So what I'm doing here, I'm trying to configure the connection string there, okay? As a default endpoint, we see, I'm giving the storage account name as a module, and I am listing all the keys, right? And so what it will do, it will basically form your connection string for that. And for the storage account, if you see, I have this configured already here, like a deploy storage account, if conditions are there. For the SQL Server, what I was mentioned before, right? So if you see this one, SQL database I'm adding. So here actually, we can pass the value as an array. If you see this one, the one I'm highlighting it now. So it is not a string. You have to put the value as an array, and how that the array looks like, right? So this is like the boilerplate configuration and try to configure like the way we can do the Terraform. You can put in everything in the same file, but I'm just trying to do in a fancy way. So you don't have to. There's a clear separation between like the modules and the environments. You can have the modules in a different folder, and you can create a folder called environment. They can create multiple parameter file. like a day parameter file, QA, UAT, productions, right? And if you see, this is how the parameter file looks like. I'm just simply giving all the parameter value from here, like the resource group name, locations, storage account, like service plan name, app service plan name. I'm passing all the values, and the SQL database name, what I was talking about, right? So let's say you want to give like specific names, you can give the names like this, like SQL DB, Global Azure Demo 1, 2, and how many you want, right? The numbers of DB you will give, it will create all these things. And this is how the config file, let me show you that. Just a moment. Oh yeah, I was finding all the now. Okay, so this is how the bicep config file I was talking about, right? So let's say, as of now, if you see like there is no unused params, right? So let's say let's add something new. Okay, I'm just giving a common s. Okay, just put like a double quote. It will the IntelliSense I mentioned, right? The bicep extension is love. Okay, it will give you all the things, list of options, right? Let's say you want to select, let's say max output, right? So you can put max output there, and the moment you put like colon there, see the option is already coming, like which one you want to select, just hit enter, that's all, right? And you want to change the one, let's say just type control space, it will give you all the options, right? So error, info, off, and other things. You can select error info. Let's say I am selecting the info only, so it will give you the informations about this thing, right? It is not going to break it. So this is the bicep config file, and how to add the bicep config file. So basically what you have to do, just control command P, sorry, shift command P. If you give, just type bicep there. Okay, it will show you like there are options like insert resources, decompile into bicep. The one I've shown in the playground that you can do from the Visual Studio Code itself, right? And you can create your bicep config file, this one, right? The moment you click, that file will open and you can feel free to play around it, right? And the next one is the insert resource. Let me show you that. So what insert resource will do, right? So let's say you already have a Azure resources there. You want to import it, right? So you can just click on the insert resource. It will ask you for the resource ID, right? So I have one Key Vault created for the existing demo. I'm just trying to import that one. So I'm going to the properties file. You just need the resource ID, right? Right? Oh, that's gone. Yeah. Resource ID, you put it there. Yeah. Just a moment. Yeah. Let me do it here. Yeah, so if you see this one, right, this is how you can import it. Let's say I have this key vault, right? This key vault is giving you all the the current configuration what you have, right? You can modify it and you can include it in your bicep file. So this is somehow like same as a Terraform import that you work, right? So I'm doing a Control Z now, right? Just saving it. Now let me show you, and there are two base. One is like module base. If you see, I have a main bicep file, right? So main bicep is something like if you have a Terraform like main.tf, you are calling you the other resources, right? Bicep probably the same kind of thing. You have a main.bicep. So the main.bicep, if you see, I'm passing the parameters and I'm calling like a SQL Server module. I'm calling the SQL Server.bicep, right? And I'll show you one thing, how easy to call the module. Let's say I'm just typing one module name here, maybe something else. Nothing coming out of my mind at the moment. So SQL Server, right? The moment you like Yeah, the moment you put like equal and put like control space, there are options coming for like, there's conditions coming, and if you select the required parameters, right, it will show you the what are the parameters that you configured for the resources. Okay, and there you can define the resource. Let's say I'm giving resource group, then press tab, give name, tab, deployment server, tab, location, SQL password, the tab. Once you put the details, you're done, right? The same as well as you can, this is how easy to create a resource also. Let's say for app service, like the app service, I want to, let's say, trying to configure some service, maybe app gateway, right? Just type res hyphen, and it will give you the list of modules that is available now, right? You select res, let's say app gateway, right? The moment you select, it will give you the complete thing. All you need to do, just fill this form, like fill the details, the what you want to give, and this is the required parameters. It won't going to fail, but yeah, if you need something else, that you can obviously customize. So this is how easy to write your bicep as a resource and call modules and other thing. And this is all happening from the Visual Studio extension that you need to add. You can go there, extension list, search for bicep. Yeah, this one I already have installed, so I'm getting all the features. So yeah, you can try that one. And the next one, the another cool thing about this extension, let me show you that. So I have this main.bicep, right? There is something called, you can see what other thing is actually created for you. So let's say you configured this one, right? Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah. So the configuration you have in main.bicep, right? It will give you the exact, you can visualize it. Let's say if you see this one, I'm calling my app service, the storage account, because of the connection string. So it's showing there's a connectivity and everything is connected their resource group, right? So this is really cool. So before to the deployment, you can make sure that how your design architecture is, or you're missing something, you can reconfigure it, right? So yeah, that's all about bicep. Let me show you the workflow now, and then we'll deploy something, right? So workflow, I have created two workflow. One is module based, one is resource based. So module based is this one. So what I'm doing is I configure all the pull requests, push one, and I'm running a job called validate. It will validate your bicep file for the linting and the format. The same as like we have also job for PR check. PR check is something like, let's say someone created a PR, right? So the automated PR check will run completely, in an automated fashion. It will put the, in the what do you say, the PR comments, right? So let's say if I'm the approver, I don't have to go to the workflow and go through the logs line by line. I can just see the PR comments. This is what you're going to do. We want to delete. I approve it. That's all. This is how it made the approval life easy. And then something like what if. So what if is something like, if you see like the Terraform plan, it gives you the details, like how many is going to delete, modify, create, right? What if is something similar provided by Bicep. What if basically, let's say if you run it, I'll show you the logs. What if is going to show you like what are the resources going to add, modify, delete. Delete will only for the complete mode, okay? And the last one is deploy. Deploy is something we are doing the, like the GitHub deployment via the GitHub Actions to deploy to the Azure. Okay, so let's go to the GitHub portal now. So this is my repo. I have add a readme file and all the infrastructure workflows are ready there. So let's go to the Actions tab. So as of now, for this is the one, right? So let's say the resource base, you can simply run the workflow and you can deploy it. So for to save some time, I only ran for once. I'll create a PR, I'll show the PR comments and I'll merge it again. So this is the resource based. If I show you, right, so it's, as I mentioned, the lint is done there, what if done there. right? So what the lint is good, what if is good, and also it's publishing the what if input, the what if output in your GitHub summary. So if you click here to see result, right? You can see this is the one I'm talking about, the what if, like aim exactly same as the Terraform. It's provide you, it's showing like the plus icon as a create and star as a ignore. So this is one is going to create, it's going to create a demo resource group and other stuff. So creating the app service plan, app insight, this thing. So I'm just going to, I configured the approvals. There are the policy applied from the feature branch. You can do the lint and what if only the main branch, it can be able to deploy. This is just to add a layer of security. So like if you need to deploy something to your infra, it has to be merged, right? So it's waiting for my approval. I'm just going to approve it now. It is a dev environment. I create an environment called dev. You can have like other environments as well. So I'm going to approve it. Yeah, deploy, this one, like it will try to run that AZ deployment thing. It will try to deploy the resources. I'll show you the, I have created a resource group already called RGAG Global Azure Demo. So if you see here, there is nothing at the moment, only the existing that key vault I have, and it's running now. I hope it will work because the demo is meant to be failed sometimes. Okay, so when the time is going on, let me do a commit. Okay, let's say this environment file, this one. So currently it's a F1. I'm going to switch to the S1. Okay, just a simple change of the SKUs. So git status. Oh, that's good. It's fine that mine. I think something like extra like file will be there maybe. Right. So let's push it once it's deployed because it is trying to compare the current state and the desired state, right? So still running. I think it will take another 1 minute, only 53 seconds. I think, yeah, meanwhile this is going, I am open for the questions if you have any. Yeah, if you see this one, it's already created this app insights like app service plan and other things. Now you're going to create the app service also. So the demo is going to work. Maybe 1 more minute. Yeah, I think it's all good now. So let me quickly push my changes. Okay, I'm changing the SKU now. I'm going to create a PR. Yeah, it looks good. So now, if you see the actions, so this pull request I have created, and see this automated PR check is already running now, right? The automated PR check, it will run the validations, what if, and it will push to the Git as a GitHub comment. So it will take 1 or 2 minutes. And this repo is public, publicly available. I'll show you the GitHub thing. You can take it as a reference if you want. Okay, let me know if you have any questions about biceps, ARM template, ISC, anything. Yeah, you can do that. There is a call workflow dispatch, like, so there you can part it as a inputs, right? So whatever the inputs, you can pass it I just, I have not used it, this workflow, but there is something called workflow dispatch and workflow call also. There you can put all the inputs, and the same way you can put like the choice string options there. So yeah, you can do that definitely. Yes, I mean this repo. Sorry. No, that I'll remove it. Don't worry. I mean, this only is for my own account. It's only available like after this demo. Okay, and there's nothing else. Absolutely, yeah. App service file. Okay.
Can you zoom it?
Zoom it, huh? Scroll up, huh? Okay.
So in the bottom you have all app insights, component or properties, instrument key, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is no property for that, right?
No, this is something like for, if you see this app instance component I'm using, right? Resource. Let me show you that in the real time. I'm just removing it. Okay. I want to add the value, right? The moment you put, it will show you what are the properties optional there. There is a tag, ID, kind. You can select the properties and you again put dot. It will show you like what are the thing you want to pull. App ID, like connection string.
Details are already there.
Exactly. This is the about. I was talking about the the bicep. What do you say? The extensions. Okay. If you install it, it will go show you everything as a that intelligence. So intelligence is everywhere. Correct. So let me just select it.
Here at the bottom you have added application tag, so you have added the additional property.
Which one?
App insights component.
Oh yes, this is the one I added.
Yeah, so here you have added another property. Because their property will go up with the same function.
This property is saying.
Line number 26.
Yeah, this property I'm creating the app insights. This is I'm creating app insight, right? So I'm creating app insight, and from the app setting, I'm trying to read the information key of the app insight. That's clear. So let's see the PR comments are there. So see, this PR is done, and if it's as an approver, if I'm see, it will show you. So I see like, yeah, he made a changes. He want to change the SKU from the F1 to S1. If all good, I can merge it and it will go to the deploy. Yes. So let's say in your resource group, if you have a Azure resource, right, that you want to import. So as you go at the like increment way, it's not going to touch that. But let's say you want to modify that, and you are and you want to manage that file by a bicep, then you can import it, and it will show you the current configuration as of now in Azure. Yes. So basically, like when you're doing the AZ login, right, first time, you are doing giving the subscription name, right, and the resource group name you are passing it as a parameter, right? So it will look for that. And there are also other option. If you have a subscription level access, you can like add multi-resource group. All right, then that's all from my side. I would say I'm still around here. If you have any question, feel free to connect with me. We can have a quick chat over a coffee. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate your presence.
Okay.
And right after this session, we'll have the lunch.
Thank you so much.
So next we have Morgan speaking with us. Yes. Honor here, already to speak only in the session. So, yeah.
How's it, bro?
Good.
Good, huh?
Yeah.
I was trying to put more information. I was running very fast now in the
No,
beginning.
it was required.
Because the time is very
Yeah,
limited. Right?
You were showing the demo, right? The
Ready? Which one? Stream mat. Stream mat? This one? Yeah. I'm good? Perfect. Open your deck. Start. All right. Thank you very much. This session here today will be around logging, so log analytics, and I'm really passionate about what you can do with logging, and during my presentation I will be showing a lot of QR codes down there, so keep your phone up if you want to steal the links. I will show that, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn as well. I'm using LinkedIn very much for sharing knowledge, and I'm doing a lot of blogs as well. So just feel free to connect with me there, and I'm really excited about that. So before continuing on, I want to say namaskar. So I'm really happy to be here. You guys are really friendly and
everyone has been so helpful. So I'm really excited to be here. I want to also thank you, the organizers. They've done a tremendous job with organizing this. We're so many people. I checked one time in the front, there's 244 today that checked in this morning. So I also want to say thank you to the sponsors. They're the ones that ensured that we get some lunch today, so thank you very much for that. My name is Morten, and I'm from Denmark. And some would say that I'm a fan of Microsoft. You can probably see that. I really enjoy working with the technologies, and I'm an MVP in security. It happened just recently, actually. It was in February. And I've since that become an MVP in Azure Hybrid, and I was just nominated for an Azure MVP as well. So I work a lot around Sentinel, Log Analytics, Defender, the whole Azure stack as the cloud and security architect. My customers are based typically out of Denmark, but a lot of them are international. So I get to meet and travel a lot as well. So before going on, there's a chance to get a little Danish thing home. I'm actually having some giveaways here. This is kind of a jiggling thing. It's a Danish thing that was made in the 1960s. It's called a Optimist. And it's to make everything a little more joyful. You can keep it on your desk and give it to your kids or whatever. And so I will be doing 2 questions on the way, so keep your ears out. So you might want to get a chance to win this. So I know that we are in a kind of a mixed audience. Some of you are, here today to learn about Azure, and especially around the logging capabilities inside Azure. So you guys will be probably on the top one here, that I hope to inspire you guys and introduce you guys, because it is kind of the topic itself that we're going to cover today is kind of complex in a sense. So I'll try to make it with a showcase that I think most of us will understand, and it is called Client Inspector. So I will be showing you links. You guys can download it. You can deploy it tomorrow if you're free for that, and you can get everything up and running. So it is ready to go concept that you get some insight about. And just some hands up. How many of you are familiar with log analytics? Can you raise your hand? All right. So like half of you basically. What about MMA? I assume you're working with that today. How many of you have played around with the new technologies with AMA? So just a few. All right, good. So you guys are going to learn a lot new today, and I will also show you some blogs and links on how you can work with this in more detail. So what is happening right now inside Azure when it comes to log is that we are in a kind of a shift between version 1 and version 2. So in the old ways, today you are using mostly MMA, which is an abbreviation for Microsoft Monitoring Agent. It comes actually from the SCOM agent. If you are familiar with that, Microsoft Operations Manager, they have added this capability to bring in logs using that same agent. That agent will be retired, or not the agent itself, but the capability to use it for bringing in Azure logs next year. So August 24, they're going to retire this agent. So there are a lot of companies out there that are still running on this, and they're struggling on understanding how to move this. And this is the topic we're going to cover today, and I'm going to show you how to help with that. So, and when we work with logging, we are also dealing with some new stuff where we have to manipulate data before sending the data in. We had to learn about some new things where we had to define a schema. So we need to do that as well. And And to help with this, I have built what I call an any connector. So I'm going to introduce to you a new PowerShell module I launched in mid-April, sorry. So it's about a month ago, and it has been downloaded almost 17,000 times until now. So it is really powerful. I can help you on this transition here. All right. So to set the scene for you guys to understand what we are dealing with, I want to let's say that we want to collect data from clients, right? So we have computers out there that includes tons of great information about the state and the health of the client. So, for example, we have the VMI, we have the Windows update, we have files, we have Defender, antivirus, but we want to bring all these information back. And I'm not trying to build a new security portal here. That's not my goal for this showcase here. It's more of making a kind of a showcase that we all understand and to help you bring back data and use the Azure logging capabilities to do that. So what we will see now is where we are collecting, for example, the pending Windows updates, who are the members of the local admin groups, what are the firewall settings, when was the OS last restarted, and then on top of that, when we have brought back all these data, we will show the data in Azure workbooks or in Azure dashboards, and we can do great queries, we can do alerting, we can actually make some sentinel rules that will alert us if something is not correct. So, as part of this client inspector that I publish for free and you can download it, you get a dashboard similar to this. So you have a dashboard here which will actually focus on what I call the desired state. So think of it as we have here all the computers that are drifting away from the desired state. So these machines are not in control. We have here, for example, the computers that are lacking, pending updates. Maybe real-time protection has been turned off. We have maybe some computers that has not been restarted for more than 7 days and stuff like that. So as part of this solution here, we'll see these dashboards. This is a picture of one of my customers. And what we have done with them is that we have set up, big screens, and one screen is for clients, another screen is for servers, right? So here we have actually a good picture of all the things that are drifting away. What we use here is that we have the client inspector script, which runs on all the clients. I have a similar one, which is called server inspector, which are collecting data from all the servers. And then we have this PowerShell module, we have the workbooks, and we have the dashboards. And all this, you can go up, download, install it, it's free, and work with it. So, some would probably think, is this gonna cost me a lot of money? And I'm showing you some money here, where it is around $27 US a month. So collecting data from 500 computers on a daily basis. So I would say it is fair price considering the value that you can gain from this, which is pretty tremendous. So one of the things that I see a lot when it comes to my customers is that they want to change the mindset of their IT people. So instead of thinking of patching, for example, as a monthly task where we need to patch, we want to have a dashboard where we actually show me the servers or the clients that are not patched correctly. So we want to have a desired state, and we want to monitor where we are drifting away from this desired state. Okay? So let's go a little bit under the hood to understand what are the technologies that we are using to bring these data back. And this slide here will actually show you both version 1 and version 2. And we will cover the difference here, but as you can see from the bottom, there are more components in the version 2, right? So you will see there's a new word called a data collection endpoint, DCE, or a data collection rule, DCR, which are new, and we also have a data ingestion pipeline where we are sending data in. So compared to the old structure, it was more simple because we just had the log analytics workspace, and then we had the script that was sending data in. So let's just spend 2 minutes talking about the old version, which is the ones that a lot of you might be using today. So what we have today is that we have the log analytics workspace where all of the solutions are kind of attached to the workspace, right? So you would install the different solutions, and then all the clients or the servers that are connected to the workspace, they would, suck that settings down and collect the information. And on the downside, you can also do that with the API method, which is called the HTTP data collector. And don't get confused if you search on the internet, because when you do that today, you will actually see that it says that it's in public preview. And you would probably think, why is something in public preview when he's talking about it as a legacy? But it's actually the product team that are, they've not updated the documentation yet. So as you can see from the bottom here, you can see that they're actually gonna update this documentation once they do that, and then it will go from public preview to retired. So there's no release or a GA of that product. So this is what we are moving to. And what you can see here on the screen is 2 methods of ingesting data into the log analytics workspace. On the top one, you will see what is referred to as the endpoint method, where we are having an agent called an Azure Monitor agent, and then we have a pipeline, and what ties what is being collected is the data collection rule. So, and we will cover that in a few slides here. On the bottom, you can see that we also have the capability of using what is referred to as a log ingestion API. So you can take data from any source and bring it into the log analytics. And this is kind of the topic for today. I just want to show you a few pictures of the guys and the girls that are the magician here. They are the ones that are building this solution. And on this page here, you will see, for example, Ivan and Evgeny, who are doing the pipeline. On the right side, you will see the data collection rules guys who are defining that. And data collection rules are coming for good. You will see this being expanded into lots of technologies in the future. And lots of things are coming now. So keep an eye out for that. On the right corner, you will see the log analytics team. There are 9 PMs in the world, and you can see me having meetings with them in Israel here. So let's start with the endpoint method. So what we have today is that we have the Azure Monitor agent, where we can bring data back from a lot of different technology from sources. And I have mentioned here all the different types of things that you can collect. And it's really exciting because some of the things that are now available were not available in the old ways. So one of the things that was the problem in the old ways was the capability of doing these different things. So we weren't able to do that because everything was tied back on the back end. It wasn't easy for us to do scoping. So let's say that we want just to collect, for example, IIS logs from specific servers. We were not able to do that in very good ways. We had some kind of scoping, but it was not working very, all the time. It could break and stuff like that. So now we have these new great things that we can collect, and I'm really excited about it. As you can see here, you can call me a big fan of it. And the reason for that are some of the cool things that we now can do when we are defining all the logic inside the data collection rule. So each of these data collection rules are the place where we define what to collect and where to send it. And as I mentioned, in the old ways, we would add the solutions on the back end. So now we have capabilities where we can transform data. And transform means that we can, for example, let's say that we are collecting security events. We can say this column of data may be containing some user data that we do not want to expose in the log, out in the log in the cloud. So from compliance perspective, we remove this column of data. That is one way we can do transformation. The other way is by removing rows of data. So we can say, for example, all events coming in with event ID 1, 2, 3, 4, we are gonna remove that from before being sent up. So the transformation happens in the pipeline and we can send it in. So one of the things that I've also worked a lot with companies about is around cost optimization, because a lot of my customers are also seeing that this eventually will become pretty expensive. So that is why transformations can also help reduce the cost. And in my blogs, I'm showing some real life examples about that. For example, how you can remove data from syslog or whatever you want to do, and how you can work with that. You can also, you can remove data, you can also add data. So I can transform data, I can add some properties to it, and I'll show you some demos on that in a few slides. And as I said, we are transforming data before sending into the log analytics. But wouldn't it be cool if we could also define to send the data into other sources? For example, a storage account, event grid, ADX cluster. Look out later this year. That could be something that might be coming. So I'm really excited about some of the things that are coming. So for example, let's say that you want to keep your diagnostic logs and you just want to keep it inside a storage account because you need to keep it for some purpose. You don't need to keep it inside log analytics. That could be a way to solve this problem. I was just in Redmond a month ago meeting the team over there, and where they introduced me to some really cool features they're working on as well. So I'm writing here that it's in the oven being baked right now, and I'm really excited about, and you should be also. So to get started, for you that are not familiar with how to deal with this in Azure Monitor Agent and would like to understand in more depth about data collection rules, I released 19 blogs in April, and this QR code will bring you to a page which is kind of an overview page where you have links to all these blogs, and you will be able to do a deep dive both into the BCR, into the AMA world, and also get some templates. So I have added, there's a website called azureloglibrary.net, where if you go there, or you go to the blogs, you will actually be able to deploy ARM templates into your own environment right away. So that should help you get started with this. So the first question, what was the month and year where MMA will be retired? I think let's go ahead up there first. What was it? All right, so you get to pick what color you want here. Then you can choose if you want a red or a green. That's very good. Thank you. Later, the product team will announce the retirement of the API side, the HTTP data log collector. So it's not all easy to move to version 2, and I've spent I would probably not lie saying 500 hours learning about this. So there are a lot of challenges that we need to deal with. And I've covered some of the challenges here that I have experienced on my own, working with it. For example, the schema. You need to define the schema before you can send data in, all right? So if you have any data source and you want to send that data into the pipeline, and you have to define it inside the DCR, you have to define it inside log analytics table. So there are some naming conflicts that you are probably also going to experience, that some names, you cannot, for example, have a column called date. You cannot have a column called name. There are some naming things that you will experience. And the ways the data are being sent in, they have also changed the limitations. So in the old days, you could send in a big chunk of data in one batch, where now they want to have smaller batches of data, as log analytics is a shared platform, right? So, we have these different issues, but I also do have a kind of a solution for this, which is, at least that's how I see it, my module that will help you to do this. So if you go up to this website, you'll be able to download this module, and it contains 25 functions that will help you to work with this. Wednesday, I was just informed by the product team that they will actually update the documentation on Microsoft.com now and include this in as a sample way to solve all these problems. So I'm expecting this to be done pretty sure very soon. So there are about 6,000 lines of PowerShell code here. So I encourage you to try it out if you want. So this is an example of what I mean by having a schema, right? So we need to define, so whenever you take a data, send it in, we need to have the property name, and we need to understand what is the type of data that we are sending in. Is it like a date, is it a string, is it a number, and so on. And the module will help you with that. Actually, you can take any data and send it up. It will detect the type and do the magic for you, create the schema, create the DCR, everything for you. This is how it looks like inside the log analytics table, where you have a similar way to define the schema. So how can you use this? You can use this in two ways, I would say. You can pull data from any source, or you can push data up, meaning that you can run it kind of like an agent or an inventory, where you're collecting data from endpoints and then send it up. And this is where you can just try to imagine that there are so many ways where this can actually make use in real life experience. And I'll just cover the first two samples here. The first example was a customer that I have. They have 220 locations. They have a lot of local printers on all their offices, right? So the company wanted to buy big multifunction printers, and they wanted to understand how can we calculate the business case to understand how many local small printers can we remove, and then to understand that. So they said, we have two options, Morten. We can send a guy out with a piece of paper to these 220 locations and go to each office and put down the number of how many local printers he could find, or we could do that using this way of thinking. So I built a small script for them where we collected these data, and I made some detection about what are the network printers that they have to understand the local printers that was in their environment, and we could bring and we can make this business case. I have another example from another customer where they said, Morten, we have 5,000 computers. We forgot to save all the invoices. So we don't know when all computers were bought. We need to make a plan where we change all these computers every 4 or 5 years, right? So can you make a solution for us where we make and I came up with a solution where I made a script that will go up, use this data from all the 5,000 clients, and make a lookup on Dell and Lenovo warranty database to understand when this computer was actually bought. And you're actually going to see a demo of that in a few slides. So before starting, I want to show you what Client Inspector looks like in real life. So this is just running a script, and it will collect the data from the endpoint, and it collects right now 18 different things, different topics. And as you can see here, it is pushing the data up to log analytics through these pipeline, through the DCR. When you see a blue button, a blue box at the top, this is where it detected that there was something in the source object where the data is maybe a prohibited, or maybe it had a long name, and it is making some changes to fix this. So this is just to make it, show you how you can actually bring back data and do it very efficient. And this is doing the things in verbose mode. So now you're actually going to see under the hood what is happening. You will see now it will detect, well, I have a new table that needs to be created. I have a new DCR that needs to be created. There are some issues where maybe some of the properties are too long, and you'll actually see that it's making these changes for you. So this is how you can do this in a verbose mode, and it will help you do this automatically. So you don't have to struggle as I did when doing this the first times. So it is all REST API based. You can see the source code when you go up and download it. So hopefully you'll feel comfortable by doing that. All right. So back to the people that are maybe want to see this first time. Here's an example of some of the workbooks that are in the Client Inspector solution if you go and download it. So this will give you an insight about the Windows update status, right? So you can see what machines are drifting that are not compliant. And this is covering local admins, right? Who are the member of the local admins group out there? And this is about BitLocker, where I'm bringing back data about BitLocker. Is the machine encrypted, or is it not encrypted? And here are some more about some inventory, what version of OS is out there, and stuff like that. So these are just some workbooks and some dashboards that you can work with. And yeah, so let's just move on with this. So a lot of things that are in the solution, and you can get working right away and start playing with it. So I'm really excited about this. This is the example of the warranty solution that I was just mentioning before. So think of it as now we have collected the data. It is in the log analytics workspace. And now I'm trying to use the data. And I'm using a lookup into Lenovo warranty database. And you can see here it actually builds the spreadsheet automatically. And everything is there, and you can see the data is in there. So for my customer that wanted to incorporate this, it was very easy. So every August, they are now sending out spreadsheets to all the managers in their department and saying to them, you have 5 machines that must be replaced next year. You have to put it into your budget. And here are the machines, here are the users that are using it, here are when the machine was bought, and stuff like that. So it's very easy to work with the data and use it and integrate it with this here. And this is just an example of that. So how can you run these scripts? And you can basically choose any tool that you want, any deployment tool that you have in-house. It's just running the script. You can also do that on the server side. And I'm going to show you that in a few slides here. So if we go back to the client, here is a way that you could collect it using Intune. There's a little thing that right now the client inspector is 201 kilobyte. And Intune apparently has a limitation of 200 kilobyte. So I had to break it down into two, and that is why you will see it running here as two. So this is me running an inventory of 114 servers and doing that in 3 minutes. So think of it as now you have maybe your own environment or a customer where you want to get a status of what is my .NET framework out there, or whatever you want to collect. And so in this case here, I'm using Azure Arc. And so I'm using the way that we can deploy and manage both on-prem servers and servers in Azure using the same set of tools. And I'm using, and here you can see that I'm starting up 114 threads that are running in parallel. So it will create an extension out there, and it will run the collection, and it will be pushed into log analytics very fast. So there are many great ways of how you can do this. So I also support a way to deal with the servers that are not having internet access, or are in a kind of an insecure state not running TLS 1.2. So in case that you have that, I have built a solution for that. I call it the lockup solution, which will basically set up a server, or you use a server, a UNC path that you already have in-house. And when you have these DMC servers, or the servers that are in this state, they, instead of sending to log analytics, which they can't, they're sending it to this path and then doing it. And I'll show you a demo of this now. So this is an old 2008 server. Yeah, they still exist out there. And here you can see that I'm running the script, and it is dumping the files into this UNC path. And now I'm going to open up the file, and you'll see the content of it, where you see where I'm going to send this data to the DCR, the DCE, and the content of the actual data, when was it uploaded, and stuff like that. And so then I'm just going to open up another one. This is, I think, around .NET Framework, where I'm collecting the same set of data. So I'm taking any data, setting up, and here. Now I'm starting the lockup up to this process. And you'll see now it detects that there are some files, and it will suck up these files and delete them when it has detected that it was successfully uploaded into log analytics. So, and this is a simple way to deal with this problem here. I know that there will be some more standardized way to do that coming out later. But when the product team saw this, they actually got pretty inspired with this and going to integrate some of this into their upcoming solution that you are going to see. So think of this as a kind of a temporary solution, but it will help you today if you have this scenario. And so this is how it is. So to recap, this any connector, you can take data from any data source and bring it in, and the PowerShell module will deal with these different pillars. So it will help you doing data manipulation. And that is very important, because when you are taking data from any source, I bet you there are data you think this is not of value to anyone. So you want to strip that away. It also helps with the schema stuff and doing the upload stuff. It will calculate how big is the data entry and then set up according to the limitations into this. This is just to show you some of the functions, when you use what, and you can probably not remember that, so I'll make sure to put it into the doc, so if you download the presentation, you'll be able to see this afterwards. So there are a lot of great stuff in there to help you doing this. So how do I do this? Very simple. It is pretty simple. You start by defining where I'm going to send this, right? The table name, the DCR name. Then you have the phase where you're collecting data. And again, this can be any source. You can read from files, you can read from a REST API, you can read from a CSV file, from an XML file, VMI, SIM, whatever you have. So then you have the data manipulation, and this is where a lot of the magic will happen for you. And I'm actually going to show you a demo of this here. But what you see here is just how you can remove data and you can add data, and it will, and also how it will fix the naming conventions along the way if you are sending in data. So this is an example where I'm collecting all the installed applications from a client, right? So now I start by collecting all the installed applications. You'll see here that it's at the bottom, it shows some called PS, and that is, I would say, not very useful information. You can see that here, it doesn't make much sense to store that into Log Analytics. So I want to strip that away. And then I run one of the functions that will do this magic and strip this data away and also remove some columns there. And now I have removed this, I would say, noise in my data. And I can here see the schema of the data. That is another function that is in the module that will tell you what is the data that it detected was coming from this data source. Now I want to add some great information like, for example, when was this data collected? So, for example, the collection time. If I send the data up into this and use the time generated, it will have a different time when you're sending it into bake. If you have 1,000 records and you send it in, and you might do that in batches of 200, then they will have a different time. So that's why I'm adding the collection time. So when doing the query, I'm actually able to retrieve all the records in the same batch to do that. I'm doing also some adding what computer was this from and doing that. So this is just to show you how you can do some stuff with the data manipulation before sending it in. And then the next thing is basically cut and paste this. Because that is where we are doing the creation and the update of the schema. So there's nothing you have to put in here. It will do this for you. And lastly, it will update and do the post into the Log Analytics. So the next question. Who can mention with hands up this time the 3 components that you use when ingesting data into Log Analytics besides, Log Analytics custom table? So there are 3 components, and who can mention that? So you actually mentioned it, yeah? You have the DCR, DCE, and the last one? What is this? Pipeline. Right. I think you should have it. That was a very good. Yeah, very good. Yes, you have the DCR, you have the DCE, and you have the pipeline. So those are the new things that we have to learn now. So to kind of just to wrap it up a little bit, I want to say that I have tons of information out there that are available for you guys to look at. So you can see that there are videos there. If you want to try it out, there are a lot of documentation. The modules are, with details. And I also made a way for you to set up a demo environment. So you can go out to Azure right now. You can get a $200 credit, and you can get an environment up and running. So what it does, it will help setting up the app that is used for the data ingestion inside Azure AD. It will create the resource groups, the log analytics workspace. It will set up the permissions that are needed for this app to run. And so it will do that magic for you. And at the very end, after the deployment, it will come out saying, do a cut and paste of these parameters and put it into the script, the client inspector script, and run it. And then you actually you're up and running. Well, up and running, I have to be fair enough to say that you have probably all worked with Azure, and you know that sometimes it will take maybe 2 minutes, and sometimes it takes 10 minutes. And that is one of the reasons why I did not do a live demo with this, because it's kind of sometimes, I don't know if it's all Tuesdays where it's slow or all Mondays, but this is where I was sure that my demo would not break. So you can try it out. There's some demo here you can work with. So I built a deployment kit that will do this for you, and you can go out and download it, as I said. So I just want to wrap it up, say thank you, and I encourage you to check out my blog if you are interested to learn more. And as I said, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be more than happy to connect with you, and feel free to shoot me an email or find me on Twitter or whatever. So by that, I want to say thank you again. There are more inside this deck. Actually, there are, I think, 75 pages inside this deck. So if you are really interested in some topic, like how do you set up AMPLS, private link scoping, there's something in the deck as well around this. Time would not permit us to cover that today, so I will stop by here and say thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah.
So for data collection APIs, I remember sometime back there was a limitation on the payload and also the number of API calls you can make.
Yeah.
Is this still there? If yes, how are you incorporating that into your system?
It is there, but it is that is the reason why they changed. So the limitation is 2,000 a minute, and there's 1 megabyte of payload size. The compression right now is not working, so don't go that way. It will not help you too much. But I'm actually calculating it. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the first record to understand what is the size of this in JSON. And then I calculate up with some overhead, and I send maybe 842 records in one batch. So I'm calculating that.
Oh, so you're taking chunks out of it and then sending.
Exactly. So I'm doing that. So I both support doing this automatically, and I do have an overrule which is called batch amount. So in some cases, for example, if you collect data from installed applications, some of the vendors are writing a lot of stuff in the registry about their applications. And it might come into an error 513 API, which means you're sending too big of a chunk of data. So you can go in and add minus batch amount 1, for example, then it will send in 1 record at a time, or batch amount 10, or whatever you want to send in. So,
because agent automatically buffers this. We don't have to make the API.
Yeah. So this is what the Gen 1 was asking was for the API, right? And what you're asking is for the AMA. Yeah. So the AMA does have some queuing capabilities where it will. So you can actually save the data, and so that it caches the data and will stream it in case something goes wrong with the cloud or your internet capabilities. So it will do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Part of this was log monitoring. It was
Yeah.
only available on Windows,
Yeah.
but there was a one-to-one mapping that's happening with the log monitoring. But with DCR, they basically looked at how they can be maintaining the mapping which can happen.
Today you can send it to multiple log analytics workspaces. In the future, you'll be able to send it to multiple destinations.
But how do you manage your data replication?
The way I'm doing this, I'll give you an example. For example, if you have short-term storage inside log analytics, so you want to keep it for, let's say, 3 months inside log analytics, and then you want to keep maybe 9 months as long-term storage, right? So, for example, for compliance purpose, some companies need to save it maybe for 12 months. What I'm doing, and I'm actually having a blog on this, is that I'm bringing it the 9 months into AVX. So I'm using Azure Data Explorer and sending the data in. And you can do that by 2 ways. The one way is by using Event Grid, and that is a problem because when you do that, the data will actually lie there 2 times, right? So you have the data duplication issue. So I'm bringing in a data factory. So what I've done is, and the blog will actually help you set up the complete environment, is that when data, so first it streams the data into a storage account. Then when it reaches day 85, I'm grabbing that data from that particular day inside ADF, data factory, and then send into ADF. So each day I'm taking 1 day away. So that means that the only overlap that I have is 5 days instead of the 9 days. Okay? So, yeah, it's very expensive if you use log analytics for long-term storage. And the blog will actually show you a table where you can see the cost of this, and I can actually show it so you can find know where to find it. So if you go out to my blog here, let me just show it here. And then you can just type in, I think, ADX, and it should come up here. How to save dollars by storing this inside with the ADX. And here you can actually see the picture that I tried to tell here. And if you scroll down a little bit, you will see a table that actually will introduce you for your options on how to deal with this. So here you have one method, method 2 with basic logs. This is using the archive functionality. This is the ADX, and this is the storage account method. But I'm really excited about some of the things that I mentioned, and because there are a lot of scenarios that I've experienced where people they would be fine if they just had a storage account. So.
Is there any native integration directly from log analytics to ADX? I know that we can, like you mentioned, through event all those methods we can send the metrics and tables to populate in ADX. Yeah. But is there a direct integration from? I don't see.
I would not encourage you to go there because they will change the price on July 1st. So I would not encourage you to go there. But if you go into log analytics, you have a data export facility. And it will cost you, I think, $0.9 after July and the 1st, I think. So it will be, I would say, unfair pricing. Yeah. Yeah, so I would probably not go there.
But you can still query, cross query.
Yes, you have the same thing. And the blog will actually show you how the syntax is to do it. So it is think I have an example here. This is where you do it inside ADX, right? And this is the common security log. And this query here will actually do a union between the one that is inside log analytics at the moment and the one that is inside the ADX, and it will combine the result from both.
But can we do reverse? Like from ADX, can we query like a workspace using
Yes, you
workspace
can.
operator?
Yes, you can.
That should be good enough.
Yeah, yeah.
And one thing I didn't understand properly, I know how VCR works, but what is the role of data fetch?
Think of it as a firewall, right? Because Microsoft do not want to make share endpoint. Because what would happen if there is a DDoS to that public IP? Then it will impact all of them, right? So that is why the DCE at the moment is a public IP address, which you can whitelist in your firewall. So if you're sending data into the DCE, you can do it by a public way, or you can do it by a private way. And if you do it by a private way, it will look like this. I'll show you that. Let me just find that here. I think it is right here. This is how it would look like if you do it in a private way. So where I'm using what is called to Azure Monitor Private Link Scope, AMPLS, and you will have the private endpoint. So you basically attach a network card to your solution, and that makes sure that all the traffic going there is going on your VPN or express route and whatever, instead of going out in the public.
So this DC will have a dedicated IP.
Yes. Yes. That's why I'm saying it. Think of it as a firewall in a sense, because then way you can whitelist that public IP saying, I want to accept data coming in there. So I often get the question, should we take and do this because it can look like really complex? And I often end up saying that the data is encrypted, right? So, and we don't want to take all our VPN line, the van consumption that we have available, fill it up with log. We want to keep it for our more critical business capabilities. So I'm actually using more and more sending the data through the public, and then whitelisting the IP, and then, yeah.
So this is also similar to monitoring workspace as well, is it? Because when we create a monitoring workspace, it also creates the DCR, DCE, and it also has the same AMPLS at the back end.
Yeah.
And it injects, I think, these logs to, for probably AKs, for AKs.
Yes.
Same.
Yeah, good question. Thank you. Yeah.
I send you an
Oh, nice to meet you.
Let's collaborate on some projects.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. So I'll be more than happy to help. So
Thank you everyone once again.
Unmute. First slide. Good. Yeah. Try to. All right, so I'll begin with the session, guys. So welcome everyone to for this session for this Global Azure event which we're happening today. And today I'm going to cover becoming Azure KQL Ninja session, and specifically talking about what is Azure KQL, how you can leverage it, how it is connected with all the good things, all the goodness which Microsoft provides, and how I can take you from a beginner to at least an intermediate level. We won't be making you ninja in just like a 45-minute session, but we'll try to get you there a little bit. So here are the links which you can access and try to all the code samples and everything you can try to work on here. But before this, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Prateek Singh. I work as a staff software engineer at LinkedIn. I basically work on an observability platform, basically Azure Monitor and all other things. There are a couple of socials on the screen. Do follow me on LinkedIn if you want. And let's have a chat about anything if you have any questions later on. And a few things about me. I've written a couple of books, 5 in fact, on various topics from Windows subsystem for Linux to Python to PowerShell, and a little bit C# as well. I have some courses on educative, and I've been writing for quite a long time. So like, for me, it's a long time. I know like 5-6 years for me is a long time. So I've written more than 200 articles on various forums. So if you want, you can also visit that. So with that, let's quickly see what is the agenda for today's talk. We are going to primarily cover what is KQL, why does it matter for us, and what's the history behind KQL. We'll also see like what is Azure Monitor data platform. So since we are talking about query, there has to be some data so that we can query that data. So we are going to talk about that. Then we'll have a demo 1. In demo 1, we'll basically cover KQL primer, which is basics, and we'll try to take you to advanced. But like I said, there's an asterisk sign. We can't make you advance in just 45 minutes. And the demo 2 would be a shorter demo where I'll show how you can use KQL, extract the data out of the data source, like for example, log analytics, and use it somewhere else in your application. And this could be any backend service, it could be a front-end application, it doesn't matter. And finally, we'll leave for questions. So to start with, what is KQL? So has anybody ever used KQL before? Okay, I saw one hand, two hand, three, four, five, six. Morton, obviously. And so KQL stands for Cousteau Query Language, but it's a strange name, right? What is Cousteau? So it's named after a person who is called Jake Cousteau, and he was an oceanographer. He used to make documentaries and basically documenting undersea life and everything. So he has made. He was basically an explorer under the ocean. So since KQL is also a powerful tool which is used for data explorer, so these two are synonymous kind of, because basically you're exploring data like Jack Cousteau was exploring the sea. So that's why we get this name Cousteau query language here. This is a very fast query language. Why I say fast? Because you can query millions of data points within few seconds. It's very efficient and it can work across multiple sources within a blink of an eye. It's pipeline driven. So we're going to talk about what is pipeline driven, but let's quickly cover what is a pipeline. When we say pipeline in a query language, we talk about chaining, command chaining. For example, if I have X expression, I want to pass the result of this expression to Y. I can just chain all those commands and expressions using multiple pipes in between them. So it's pipeline driven and it's read-only query language. Unlike other query languages like SQL and others, what you have, you cannot create a table, add a data, and all those things using KQL. So that's why it's a read-only query language. But why should I learn KQL, right? All this is good, but why should I learn it? The question, the biggest thing is KQL works pretty well within the Microsoft ecosystem. So we are going to talk about it a little bit later, like why. But on a very high level, all the major components which Microsoft Azure today provides, for example, Azure Monitor, which is for monitoring, Azure Data Explorer, which is again a big data analytics platform, which is used in obviously healthcare, finance, and other industries, Azure Sentinel, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, which is used in cybersecurity domain, and obviously Azure Resource Graph. But again, on Azure Resource Graph, there's an asterisk. In Azure Resource Graph, you can use KQL-like syntax, but it's not actually KQL. So you can still use the operators with KQL provide, but it's not actually KQL which is running there. And this is very versatile. What I mean by that is variety of supported data sources are there, and various types of data you can import into and query using KQL. There are a range of operators and functions pre-built and provided to you so that you don't have to do all that creating from the scratch. And you can obviously perform all sort of complex analysis and transformation on that data. And especially if your skills lie around being a cloud architect or a system engineer, if you're working in the Azure control plane, definitely you should learn KQL. Cybersecurity specialist, if you're into this cybersecurity domain, using Azure Sentinel, there are advanced workbooks that can help you analyze and mitigate cybersecurity threats and issues. Obviously, data engineers, because this is about data analytics platform, and software engineers, I'll cover that bit in my last demo, how software engineers can leverage your data using KQL, query that data using KQL, and leverage into different systems. So with that, let's quickly cover the history of KQL here. In 2014, this was developed as a project. It started in Microsoft Israeli R&D data center. In 2016, it became the backend, the big data analytics service for Azure Application Insights. And in 2018, a public preview was announced for KQL in Microsoft Ignite, and then it became GA in 2019. And finally, in 2021, the Azure Data Explorer's next-gen storage and query engine, which is Cousteau Engine V3, became GA. So after that, there were a couple of improvements done upon that, a lot of operators added and a lot of functionality provided, but we cannot cover all those things here, but this is just a quick gist of what has happened over the years in KQL. But the biggest question always comes into the mind is, where is my data? What should I query, right? So this is what Azure provides today. This is what Azure looks like today. For example, you can see there are various data sources. There is a data platform, and you can consume this data from the data platform into various services which Azure provides. For example, you can have application, which could be a web app, Azure function. It could be any app service. You can send data from that to the data platform, or you can have infrastructure as a service, VMs, VM scale sets that also logs data. VM platform is also covered, which means like any PaaS component logs, which you can stream through diagnostic settings, is also part of this data collection. But the one cool thing to notice here, there is a custom sources section also covered here on the bottom, which is in the data source section. Anybody knows what is this custom sources through which how we can pull data in this data platform which Microsoft provides? Any hands?
Maybe Logstash or Prometheus Exporter or something?
Yes, we can do that. So Prometheus Exporter, any logging output plugin which we can use, any log plugin, we can send data to that. I think Morten also covered a little bit about the data collection rules and the endpoints, how we can ingest using HTTP data collector API used like in the previous session, which was covered by Morten. So these are also some other custom sources which you can use. And it doesn't matter, to be honest. It's an API. You can send data from a script running on your laptop, and you can ingest that data in log analytics. So once your data is available in Azure Monitor data platform, this could be metrics, logs, traces, changes. Then it can be consumed with for various services. For example, it could be used in application insights. It could be like you get VM insights like CPU performance and all those, or on basis of those logs only. You can visualize, create workbooks. You can have Grafana dashboards created out of it, and you can analyze it, like what we are going to talk about. Like using KQL, you can see what is the average aggregated VM CPU performance over time. So we can do all that kind of things as well. And obviously, the the most important section, you can create alerts. You can connect it to different systems to perform more activities, and you can chain them to get a desired outcome. So with that, the final thought is this data. If you see on the bottom, there's an integrate part. What you can do here is you can also export this data. So you see import, export APIs. So all this data you see in this platform, you can also pull this data, use it anywhere else, right? So let's quickly switch to our first demo, which is KQL Primer to advanced techniques. Just give me a second, guys. So now we are going to see like how KQL works from very basics. What is a query? What type of operations we can perform? How we can do search, aggregation, visualization, all those things very quickly. So if you want to perform this on your own, just go to ak.ms/la demo, and you will get a workspace where you can play with your own data. There is some sample data provided by Microsoft. You can test it around and run the queries with me as well. So before we begin with anything, let's see what is the structure of a query. So like I said, a query would be something like you need a data source first for a query. So we are already in log analytics. You pipe that data source, whatever the table and information you have, you pipe it to a different expression. It could be a filter or a condition. For example, I don't want data for last 30 days. I only want data for last 2 hours. So I can filter that data. Then I can again pipe it that I want a summary of the data. I don't want like the entire 2-hour data. I want a summary, like what is the average CPU across 2 hours. So I can also do that. And then I can pipe it again and again to multiple operations. For example, I can sort the data. I can pick and choose specific properties from the log. And I can get all that using this command chaining. So the important thing to note again here is the pipe, which is used to chain these commands together in KQL. And this is what like your structure of a query would look like. So like any other programming language, I know it's not a programming language, it's just a query language, but it's like a custom to do like a hello world. So we'll start with a hello world first. So to print anything in KQL, if you want to see it in your results, you just type print in double quotes, just type your string, and it should give you the string what you have given there. And similarly, you can do with this with other scalar properties. So anybody know what is a scalar property? What does scalar mean? What is the meaning of scalar? Sorry? Okay, it could be one direction or a one numerical value. So it could be any kind of value, but a one value. So you can print all kinds of scalar values. For example, I'm just printing time 7 days ago and the date time of current date time. And so this is how you can print stuff in KQL. But if you want to talk about what are the types of query statement supported in log analytics or KQL, what you can do is there are basically two types available to you. So first is the tabular expression. So anything you are getting in KQL, it has to be table. Otherwise, you won't be able to see as a result here. So for example, I picked a table called Insight Metrics, and I piped and just picked only 10 records out of it. So if I run this, you will see all those records in the result section below here. But what I can also do is I can also now define variables. This is interesting. So just like any programming language, I can use a let statement. So let space the name of variable, equality sign, and whatever the table or data you are trying to pull, you can use this and assign all the results to this variable. So if I run this, let's see what happens. So I got an error. Does anybody know why I'm getting an error here? Correct. But like I mentioned before, all the data what you want to see has to be in a tabular format. You're just assigning to a variable. You're not like piping a result of a table to like at the end. So what I can do simply here after this semicolon, I can again define the name of my variable, my table, which stores right now all the 10 records which we created. And if I run this again, you'll be able to see the data on your screen. You got the data. And there are a bunch of table operators which you can use. For example, count, distinct, take. So count will basically count number of results what your table is going to print. So if I run this, this will return the count of the number of rows. And distinct is basically used to find unique properties, unique combination of the columns you choose. So right now I know that in Insight Metrics table, there are two columns, namespace and name. I just want all the unique combinations of this column. So if I run this, it should give me that. And it becomes easier for me to understand how this table is structured and what data I can pull. So I know that in this Insight Metrics, there are a lot of namespaces, for example, logical disk. Okay, so I can see that in that logical disk namespace, there's a free space MB. Now I can use this column and pull the properties out of that column. So you can use this, this distinct and other operators to understand how your table is structured as well. And once you like start exploring your data, you want to filter it. You want to create conditions. So in any programming language, we do like all kind of filtering, if, else, right? So here also there's an operator specifically called where I can define a condition. For example, I want heartbeat of all the logs, all the heartbeat logs, but I specifically want computer that contains the keyword VM. So if I run this, it should give me that only. And similarly, I can perform all kind of operations here. For example, I can do an equality operation to give me a specific result code, or I can do an inequality to exclude stuff from the results of this KQL query. And again, logical and or operations can be also performed. So I'm not going to run all these queries, but I'm just for your understanding, I have this on this workspace. So this one is there is another filter which you can do is in. So what in does is basically it gives you the ability to define a record set, and whatever column you will define. For example, I've chosen namespace here. It gives me ability to check the record set inside that column. So not only a single property, you can do an array of properties, and you can just filter all those in one shot. So right now, if you see in the namespace section, you only see the memory and processor. You don't see anything else. Now let's talk a little bit about, do we have any questions by far?
Don't we have any bundle like primary key?
Okay, primary key.
Primary key. Do we have anything like that?
I don't think we have that in KQL, but you can define a primary key. It's usually, you can send data like as a JSON format, and that only those properties would be defined. So there is nothing as such as primary key, but you have to define that in data set. Usually in the tables, what we are getting from logs, it may be time generated. So that could be a primary key.
The origin of this question is basically, I wanted to understand more about how is it indexing, I mean, is it really indexing it or not? I'm sure it would be.
So all that, see, this is a PaaS component. So we don't have visibility into all that stuff. So it's Microsoft, whatever the infra they have deployed, that gets indexed behind the scenes. We don't have any idea, but it's pretty quick. So like, for example, if you ingest a log, within a minute to 5 minutes, it will get ingested to your workspace, and then you can query anything very fast. But everything is indexed and it's very fast. But I'm not sure how they're indexing it. So I don't have answer for that. But I'll get back to you on this one. Okay. Any more questions? All right. So we'll proceed with selecting, removing, and calculating columns. So we saw that we can pull select specific columns, but how can I if I want to, I filtered my data, but I want to see only specific. I don't want to see all those columns, right? So what I can do, I can use the project operator and provide the name of my columns what I want. And what it will do, it will only list what I want and it will exclude everything else. So you saw that I have projected computer name and value, and that's what you see in the results. And similarly, what you can do is you can use project away operator. What this does is basically excludes whatever you don't want. So I removed all those properties, and right now you only see these properties in the table, and the rest everything is excluded. But there could be scenarios where you want to calculate a property. So for example, you want to create a new column with some customized property. But how would you do that? So for that, there is an operator called extend, and what this will do, you have to first define a name to this column. Like I've defined memory util percentage, and then with after an equality operator, you can define an expression you can define an expression to calculate this property. So can someone explain what I'm trying to do here? So it's obvious that I'm trying to get the percentage, but how I'm trying to do is what I'm trying to do here is basically parsing the JSON in the tags. So what I'm doing is there is a property tags in that particular table, and there's a JSON which has all the tag information. And if you see in the table, the inside metrics table, you don't have the actual memory, like for example, there's an 8 GB memory, total memory on the system. You get only the utilization. You don't get that particular thing, the total memory. So that information is there in the tags. But I want to calculate the percentage utilization. So I'm just extracting that information from the tags and using that simple percentage formula and subtracting the results from the utilized. From 100, I get the total utilization, what is happening. So I'm just performing that mathematical operation of formula here on the information I just pulled it from tags. So you can do all kind of things like parsing JSON, parsing CSVs, and all other beautiful stuff which it allows. And if I run this, you will see it will just figure out the memory utilization percentage for correct, and it will print on the screen for you. And finally, the last part of the basic section is sorting. So if you see, I have a table called storm events. And what I'm doing is I'm basically sorting that table on some properties. For example, I have a property called state. I have a property called start time. And I'm just sorting it ascending and descending order on basis of those properties. So I chose descending order for start time and ascending order for state. So here you see in the state, everything is alphabetically in ascending order. And if you pick, for example, Mississippi, you see this is in descending order, right? So this is how you do all the basic stuff in KQL. I hope you guys understood this part. Are we good with that? Okay. So next we'll figure out how to search anything. So we know that specific tables will have some information, but what if I don't know that? How do I find it? So for example, I don't know where the memory information is. So to perform that activity, for example, if I know my table name, just take it for time's sake, let's think we know the table name, but I want to see which column has this property. So what I can do, I can choose my table, pipe it to search operator, and just provide a string, for example, memory here, and it will give me all the tables which will have this property. So you see this namespace has this property, and $table represents all the table which will have this information. But if I want to search everything, not if I even don't know the table name, what I can do is I can do an open-ended search, which will go ahead and search everything for a keyword. For example, I want to search for an activity log maybe with start events. So I'm just piping, I'm just using search operator and start keyword and just taking few results, for example, 5 results here. And it will give me all the Azure activity logs, which are getting streamed to this particular log analytics workspace. And if I scroll down a bit, I should be able to see start somewhere here. So you see this activity status value start. Yeah. So it basically helps you search in an open-ended way as well. So this way you can figure out your data. For example, if somebody told you, hey, I'm getting this 404 error, troubleshoot this. You don't know where this 404 is, right? So what you can search 404 and see your app logs where this 404 is coming. So this becomes handy in those use cases. And then you can also perform search on multiple tables. So if you see, I'm using search operand I've created a record set. I've passed 2 tables and I'm searching memory in that. So it will basically search these 2 tables only and give me all the results. But there are scenarios where you want to search through regex. For example, if you are a web security expert or cybersecurity specialist, and somebody told that there is a malicious code running through PowerShell, and you have all the syslogs and all kinds of events being sent to Azure Log Analytics. But how do you do that? So for that, you can write a regex, use the regex operator and matches section. And what I'm doing is I'm just searching this in executable column. So I'm just seeing where in the executable column this particular regex matches give me those results. So if I run this, it should print all the places where PowerShell or this particular LSAS, I think LSA is a part of a Windows, it's a Windows login subcomponent. So it gives me all those processes and executables, and you can also find the command line, what was running behind it. So you can see what script was running, what command line. So this way you can also troubleshoot security issues in your organization. And this is what Sentinel uses today, right? So Azure Sentinel has a very neat workbooks, which uses some of these patterns to detect something malicious happening in your organization. And just like we saw earlier, you can also do an open-ended search. So if there is some URL or some specific thing you are looking for, you can do an open-ended search and search for that particular thing in entire logs. And this results will be given to you in few seconds, right? So here I'm looking for a URL in all my data, all my tables. So I just created a regex for the URL and it gave me all the places where it found an URL. So if I scroll down here in the results, you see this localhost URL, right? So this is localhost just for an example, but this could be any kind of a URL which it is able to find in the logs. So this covers the search section as well. I hope you guys are on board. So far we are understanding everything. If you have any questions, please let me know.
So here in the log analytics, you know the table name. Can we search all the tables which are available?
Yes. So that's a very good question. Actually, for the sake of simplicity, I removed it, but it was part of my demo. So I'll quickly show you how it is done. Let's see if it works. So you can do an open-ended search, pipe it to distinct $table. It will list you all the tables. And by default, you also get this option on the table section. You can also go there and figure these things out. Okay.
There is a time range last 24 hours. So the data what is fetching is only the 24 hours.
24 hours, yes.
So we can change that.
Correct. So this is a drop down. If you click this, it will list you all the available options. You can also choose custom range. And there is a data retention period in log analytics. You can choose how long you want to store your data.
Is there any limit ranges?
I think it's 1 year or yeah, at least 1 year we can do. Max 1 year we can do. Yeah. But I have to check on that. Yeah, I have seen 1 year.
And then if it is a 1 year, the data correction will be more, right?
Yeah.
So even the performance or how.
So slightly it affects the performance because you are pulling in that huge amount of data, and it also depends on your data dimension, how you're storing. So for example, CPU logs, you're just storing one metric, CPU percentage in a log, but there could be a big JSON payload in every log. So it also depends on your data dimension, what you're actually storing in each and every log. That will affect the efficiency. Correct. But it's usually fast. See, for 1 year it could be millions of data points. So it little bit affects your performance. But I don't think anybody, unless they are doing a complex like analysis on data, log analytics is more of like an Azure Monitor component. So if you'd want to perform complex analysis on long time series data, preferred is Azure Data Explorer, which is much more efficient compared to Azure Log Analytics. And you can use the same KQL queries, same tables and everything there also. It also allows you the ability to query your workspace from Azure Data Explorer. So you don't have to port your data as well. You can just from Azure Data Explorer, you can query a log analytic workspace. I'll show you that part a little bit as well, but the other way around. But I'll cover that in the last section when I'm talking. Okay. Yes. So I'm right now on the fourth part. The fifth one is visualization. I'm just going to cover that very briefly. Okay. So since we are short of time, I'm just trying to cover things quickly. Let's talk about functions in KQL. So far we have talked about how we can filter, we can aggregate, search, and all those things. But can we write functions in KQL and perform that function on a variety of tables? So on your screen, there is an example of an increment function, if you see. So I've written let increment. So anybody here has worked on Lambda functions? 1 hand, 2 hand, 3 hand. Okay. So Lambda functions are nothing but a nameless function, right? You create a variable, create a Lambda function, assign it to a variable, and you can just use that variable and perform specific operations by passing some arguments on that particular variable. Similarly, KQL also lets you create Lambda functions. And what you can do is, for example, here I have created, I'm using let statement to create a variable increment by 2. And I'm creating a parameter definition here. For example, arg0 : long. So arg0 is the parameter, long is the type of data type, and I'm just doing it equals to 0, which is assigning a default value to that argument. So if no value is provided, by default it would be 0. And then I'm passing a body to it, just like any other Lambda function. And I'm just taking the argument you are passing and just adding 2 here, right? So this defines an Lambda function for me. Now there is something interesting here. So like any other programming language, there's no way in KQL for you to write for, while loops and all those things. But there is an operator called range. What you can do through range is basically you can iterate or create a list of items from point one number to another number. For example, I printed all the values from 1 to 10 with a step of 1. So every time it increments 1 and prints that value. So I'm just using that range operator. I'm getting all these results. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm using the project operator to project a new property. I can also use extend here, but I'm just using project directly. And what I'm doing is whatever value you are getting, for example, from this range is X, I'm just passing it to the Lambda function we created, right? So if I do this, you will see all those, whatever the expression you have defined in the Lambda function got applied to all your values in that particular column. So similarly, you can perform much more complex operation, much more complex calculated properties you can create, but this is a very small example for you. Okay. So now let's try something cool. So in any programming language, you create a calculator, right? I think you guys have done it. Like if somebody's a developer, it's like even like on Python or PowerShell, anything, people create calculators, right? So let's do that in KQL as well. So just like the previous function, I've used let to create a variable calculator. I have equals to sign. I have defined some parameters. For example, value 1, value 2, and an operand. So I'm taking value 1 and 2 and using an operand like plus, minus, divide, and multiplication, I'm just performing those operations on those values. So there is another interesting thing happening here is case. So just like you have switch cases in programming languages, you have switch case in KQL as well. What I'm simply doing is whatever the value you are getting in the operand, on basis of that, I'm performing specific operation using this case. So for example, if I get plus, operand equals to plus, the value would be an addition of value 1 and 2. Similarly, all the other operations. And what I'm doing here is I'm just creating a custom data here. So you see on your screen this 5, 5.0, 3.0, comma, plus. This is just a data table I'm creating on the fly. So this is nothing. If I just run this, you'll see some tables and columns with value 1, value 2, and operand. And simply I'm doing is I'm passing this custom created data table to my calculator function here. You see the calculator function with all the values which were there in the column. So if I run this particular whole thing, it not only gives me the value, but it also gives me the expression, the result of that particular thing. So for example, 5 and 3 were the value 1 and 2, plus was the operand. So we see that 5 plus 3 equals to 8. So such operations can also be performed in a much more complex manner, and you can create these functions. But KQL also provides a lot of built-in functions. For example, you see a go here. So if you want to go back in time, you can just pass an argument here like 5 minutes, and it will go back in time and give that results for you. So if I run this, it will give me all the heartbeat values from like which is greater than the time 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. Yeah. And similarly, you can print the current time with now. You can get the absolute values. Absolute is nothing but you remove any negative or positive things, and you get the absolute value of an number. So if I print this, it will, instead of -5, it will give me 5. So there are much more built-in functions provided, but these are just some small examples which I gave you. Similarly, you can do a series of string operations. So for example, if I want to, I have multiple strings, I want to perform a concatenation, I can use strcat built-in function and perform a string concatenation. So if I run this thing, you will see it will print hello world by concatenating all the strings for you. And if you want to trim a string, so in all the programming languages, it gives you ability to it gives you ability to print trim specific sections of a string. So it could be like trimming both the sides of the string, or it could be trimming left or right side. So I'm just using a trim method defined in this query, which is a built-in method. So trim start and trim end are used, and basically I have a big like a URL there, which is like on the both ends have hyphens. So I've just removed that with trim, all these 3 trim methods. And you can also split strings. So if you have, you can leverage split method and break your strings depending upon a character you want. For example, I have contoso.microsoft.com. I just split it with dot. And what it does is basically gives me an array of 3 strings after the splitting. And same goes with replace underscore string built-in function, and it will replace anything like, if, for example, I replace dot with a white space, and you get all those results here. So with that, we finished our functional part, like talking about functions, but let's also quickly cover visualization since we were talking about it. So we saw that how we can get visual CPU percentage and everything using insight metrics, memory utilization. But what if I want to see that on a chart? How can I do that? So there is a render operator present. What you can simply do is use render time chart, and whatever values you are providing, you can create a chart for you. It can create a chart for you. For example, here I'm creating a time chart. Similarly, you can do a column chart. There are a lot of options available for you. You can leverage all those, but for sake of simplicity, I'm just showing line, column, and a pie chart to you. But where is your data in Metric Explorer? Yeah.
So you can do similar graphs and charts in Java.
And yes, you can do. There are, see, once your data is in some place which is supported by Microsoft, it could be log analytics, it could be ADX. You can use a series of tools to visualize your data. It could be Metric Explorer, it could be log analytics, it could be Azure Data Explorer, Grafana, all the tools you can leverage, and they basically use the same kind of thing. And in the last demo, I'm going to talk about how to create a custom one. Okay, so we can talk about a little bit then. So this is I'm just generating a pie chart for you, by simply rendering up with a pie chart keyword here. Now let's talk about something interesting. So I think there was a question before in Mortem's session about predictive analysis and detecting anomalies at the end of the session. So we know that we have data, but how can I detect anomalies in that data? So there is a method which KQL provides, which has some machine learning capabilities, which is called series decompose anomalies. So anybody know what this method does? Series decompose anomalies. So what this method will do is basically, if you provide a time series, it can figure out three things for you. It can define a trend. So series decompose, not anomalies, basically gives you trend of your data. So trend could be, if you have metrics, it could be either it's going up or it's going down. It can give you seasonality. For example, if it's temperature data, or it's, for example, if a CPU data, every weekend the CPU utilization might go down, and during the weekdays it might come up. So it can detect that as well. And the final thing it detects is any anomaly. So for example, all of a sudden your CPU spiked. So that is an anomaly which usually doesn't happen looking at your time series data. So series decompose is a method to figure out all these three things. And if you use series decompose anomalies, it will only give you the anomalies which it identified in that particular time series. So what I'm doing here is I'm using CPU percentage over a period of time. And what I'm doing here is I'm detecting all the anomalies. So in orange, you see the actual CPU utilization. And what you see in blue is the actual anomaly. So for example, this is 0 right now. And the moment it spiked, the anomaly became from 0, it became to 1. It doesn't matter what your CPU spike is. It doesn't matter what your metric is. It will detect an anomaly this way. And this is the same thing if you have used Azure Smart Detector Alerts. It can detect those anomalies for you. And this method could be also used, for example, if there is a DDoS attack. You don't know how many hits will happen, right? You cannot put a threshold on number of hits. So you can use anomaly detection to see a sudden spike. You can just flag that as from 0 to 1, and on basis of that you can set up an alert. You don't have to define a threshold, because you don't know if 1,000 people will hit or 50,000 people will hit your website. So you can leverage it in that particular area. So it's just like 0 or 1. You can if you want, you can change the values. It's just how that function returns the value. Yeah.
Can you also split this data? For example, I have data for like 10 to 15
Mm-hmm.
and I want to find out which specific VM is having this anomaly or CPU.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any possibility of splitting that based on group by operation?
Yeah. You can summarize that, and you can perform group by operation on that. So basically an aggregation on that particular query. All right. And the final piece is forecasting. So just like anomaly detection, you can also see a trend of your data. So again, series decompose has another part which of like giving you a trend. So if I run this particular query, what it will do is will give me a trend of my CPU utilization. So this is where I think we are right now. And if you see that this orange trend line is still going on. So you can also see like predict issues, capacity management thing also you can do. So for example, you have a time series, and with this trend, you see that your CPU is going to increase to 90% 6 months down the line, or like a month down the line. So you can predict those issues early, set up alerts so that you don't come across actual issues. All right. So with that, I think I covered the visualization section. The final piece is to answering, I think, your question about how we can see like cross query in like from ADX to log analytic workspace to ADX and vice versa. I'm specifically talking about first cross resource queries across workspaces. So this is one log analytic workspace which you see log analytics. right? But there is another workspace which I have created, which has a different VM. And what I'm doing is I'm just trying to pull all the heartbeats from that workspace using a workspace method. And then I just pass the name of that workspace. And what it is able to do is it is able to pull the logs from different workspace and give me the results. So what I can do if in my organization, if I have hundreds of workspaces, I can use this workspace and cross query different workspace and pull data into a single place and set up alerts on that. So this is another scenario which can be leveraged. But I was I was expecting a question in the session. Nobody asked me like where I was getting storm events from. So there was a specific table, storm events. What is storm events? Storm events is not a usual name, right? I'm getting this as a custom data, but how I'm creating that or how I'm pulling this data is through ADX. So if you see, I have used a method called ADX, and what I'm simply doing is I'm just providing the name of the Kusto cluster slash the exact database and that storm events table. I'm able to access it. And what I've simply done to access this as a table, storm events, instead of running the entire thing, I just saved it as a function. Okay, so if I save it as a function, for example, test, and let's choose a category KQL demo. Let's save it, see what happens. So within few seconds, you'll see a table getting populated here under the functions. So you see workspace functions. Right now it only has sales, customers, and storm events, but it should give me some value pretty soon. Yeah, so test came up. So if I run this, if I open a new one, and if I just load this in editor, sorry. Okay, let me just give me a second. I need to use an editor. We saved everything. That's why it's giving me this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's take it here. Okay, and I'll do save again. Save as function. Let's do test2. Hope this works this time. I'll do KQL demo. I'll save it again. So because I had all those queries in the workspace, it basically saved everything together. So now what I can do is I'll just wait for another few seconds. You see test2 appeared. And if I open a new tab here, okay, I come here and load this in function. This will give me this result. But I don't want to use it like this. I can just simply do test2 now. And I can see all the results, whatever they are in that particular table. So you can just use a different data source, a Kusto cluster, where all those sales data, storm event data is there already. I'm just using that to pull it using that built-in function into my KQL query here in log analytics. And there's another scenario which I'm just going to quickly cover is external data. So we saw like Kusto query like coming from ADX, and similarly we can pull data from any external data sources as well. So to pull it from the external data sources, what I'm using here is a CSV file hosted on GitHub. Similarly, it could be a CSV file in a storage account. So I'm using this external data function to pull the data, and it will give me the list of all the IP addresses which are there in CSV file. Now what I can do is using this list which was provided to me, this could be a maintenance, like all the VMs in maintenance mode. So when you're going through patching activity, we can put certain VMs in a maintenance mode, that CSV gets updated. But now what you can do is you can skip those maintenance mode VMs in your actual alert using this way. So you're storing it in a database or a CSV file, but in the alerts, you don't want to alert for the VMs which are in maintenance mode, right? So when you're creating an alert using KQL, you can skip those as well. So with that, I think I covered most of the things. There's one final thing which to answer your question about the external data source and how I can pull data in a different application and use it. I'm just going to show one last thing. I have a front-end and back-end application running here on my screen. So if you see, this is there are two folders here, front-end and back-end. And back-end is simply a Python API, fast API running, and it is what is it is doing. It is just returning me. If I do like /API/CPU methods, it will give me hello world. And simply if I do go to my front end, it is just basic data. So I have some data on my front end, which is some static data, not coming from log analytics, and I'm just charting it to chart.js. Using chart.js library, I'm just charting it on my front end. So let's quickly take a look into my API. So this is the API which I created, which is running on machine. If I just go to localhost/API/CPU metrics, will give me hello world, and my front end is this static data which I have in the front end. But let's quickly take a minute to connect it with log analytics and see how we can put data from log analytics and visualize here. So I go back here and let's go to the backend function first. And in this API, I'll just uncomment this part. And what this part is actually doing, it's using log analytics SDK, the Python SDK, to pull the data. And what I have done here is I've provided the workspace IDs. So workspace ID, if you go to the property section of your agent section of your workspace, you'll find this ID. And I've just passed the query which we were running in the KQL query which we're running in log analytics in my code. And simply I'm just getting the results from the client which I created. So I'm creating, using the credentials, I'm creating a client and just parsing the results and returning to the query. So if I've commented hello world, I'm just pulling in data from this one. And if I go back to my REST API here, now it should give me data directly from KQL. So it's loading. So you see, it gives me time series data from my log analytics workspace. Now let's connect it with our front end. So right now in the front end, you saw the static data which was coming from, which was directly there in the application. So I'm just going to comment that particular piece. So I'll just comment it out and I'll just uncomment the piece where it is actually calling that API which I created locally. Okay. And if I go to my front end now, you see it is the Windows VM data which we just saw in the log analytics workspace. So this way you can take your data anywhere. You can create all kinds of visualization, and using the same thing, what you're seeing here in React, Grafana and other tools also do the same thing. If you just inspect it and see how they're pulling data, the same API calls are happening in the backend. All right. So with that being said, I think I'm done with the demo, and we'll call it a end of the session. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everyone.
Thanks a lot for taking a wonderful session. The time I have two announcements. Appreciate it. Pratik, I'd like to give it.
Change this one.
Wonderful. Really exciting.
Thank you, guys.
Just for the attendees, basically we are going to run some contests and riddles on the end. So I want
Whether you are looking to build a new career or kickstart that new idea that you've got,
Microsoft React connects you with the developers and startups that share your goals.
Learn new skills, meet new peers, and discover the latest in technology.
Events are running around the clock, so join us anytime, anywhere.
Reactors are communities to connect. We want you to meet real developers and entrepreneurs just like you. Here you can get skilled up and learn from our product experts in the Microsoft Cloud and in open source. So watch us on demand and share your own perspective as we live stream in communities all around the world.
Okay. Hey everyone. Apologies for the delay in setting up, but we'll begin with my talk now. I'll be talking about real-time stream processing in Azure with Event Hub and Stream Analytics. I'm Avinash Upadhyaya. A little bit about me. The sole purpose of this slide is to do a shameless plug. I run a few local meetups here in Bengaluru, one among which is the Bangalore Streams meetup. So if you're interested in streaming and all things event-driven architecture, check that out. In fact, we have our first meetup in a month right here. So it's going to be a vendor-neutral meetup around streaming and event-driven architecture. So check that out if you're interested. But apart from that, I work as a platform engineer at Platformetry, which is a niche consulting around platform engineering with Kong, Kafka, and Kubernetes. I have a few Azure certifications. This is just to prove my credibility that I do know what I'm talking about. Feel free to connect with me on any of these platforms, LinkedIn or Twitter. Happy to connect with you all. Okay, enough about me. So here's what we're going to do for today. It is going to be a one-on-one talk around stream processing and data engineering as a whole, primarily stream processing and real-time analytics. And then we'll take a look at how we can do that in Azure. Quick show of hands, how many of you all work in the data engineering field or work on real-time stream analytics? Is there anyone who works on stream processing in their day jobs? Okay, which is perfect. I'll walk you through from ground up, and we'll see what a data stream is and what stream processing is and what the entire thing is. Okay, we'll begin from ground up. We'll talk about what a data stream is. This might seem very obvious. What is a data stream? It is a unbounded sequence of events that are continuously being generated. Take this air conditioner, for example. It is constantly recording the temperature, and it is generating a sequence of temperature recordings. That is a data stream. And some other examples would be social media feeds. You use any social media platform. People are constantly making new posts, and that is creating a stream of posts. That is one such example. And sensor data, like I mentioned, the air conditioner, which is constantly recording the sensor values, and it is being streamed somewhere. And the stock market data as well. Stock price is always constantly changing, and it is a stream of data that is generated for the stock value. We'll take a look at the website ClickStreams example at the end of the session today with my demo. You can anytime a user does any activity on a website, you can collect the data that is actually being generated by the user. Suppose a user clicks on a button, that is a ClickStream data that is generated. And so on and so forth. And one example that all of you might be familiar is with log files. If you run any application, it constantly generates log files, which is constantly being generated and is unbounded stream of data. So that's what a data stream is, just to set context. So now that we know what a data stream is, how do we process this? Primarily, there are two schools of thoughts. One is a batch processing mechanism or stream processing. Let's talk about when do we use what and why, right? Batch processing is primarily, as the name suggests, it is done in batches. It is done in groups. For example, you have a batch processing that is processing all your data records at the end of the day or end of set of time period, end of the week or end of the month. Stream processing is designed for handling your processing your data in real time. As soon as the data is generated, you want to process it at the moment it is generated and get some analytics out of it. And of course, with the batch processing, you'd have a higher latency because you're doing it, you're waiting for all the records to be generated, and you're doing it at a later point of time. So you'll have a higher latency, of course. But with stream processing, you'll have lower latency because you're processing the records as soon as they're generated, and it is in real time, near real time. Not real time processing is not exactly possible. So there's going to be some sort of latency for sure. And in batch processing, you typically store the data in a file system because you want to store it somewhere to process it at the end of the day or end of the time period. Stream processing, you don't really store it somewhere. You can store it somewhere, of course, but as soon as the data is generated, you want to process it without actually storing it somewhere, because storing it also adds some sort of latency. Okay, let's walk through some examples and see what is the right sort of processing for the examples. Right? Let's say you want to detect a fraud in your e-commerce application or in your banking system. Do you want to do it at the end of the day, or do you want to do it as soon as someone is doing a fraudulent transaction? You want to do it as soon as you see a fraudulent transaction, right? That's a typical use case for a real-time processing system. And e-commerce personalization, although typically you can do it at the end of the day, but if you want to provide a good user experience, you want to do it as soon as possible. So let's say your user is purchasing a few items, and you immediately want to recommend the next set of items that they want to purchase. You don't want to wait until the end of the day to see what items they purchased, and then you make the recommendation for the next day. You could do that, but good use cases or a good user experience is to do it as soon as user does some activity in your application. We'll take a look at that in the demo that I'll be doing at the end. And the stock market analysis as well. If you are a trader that trades stocks very frequently, you want to know how the trends of the stock prices are going and immediately make a decision based on that. You could wait until the end of the day, but typically doing it faster helps you make a better decision to purchase these stocks that you want to do. There's some other examples like optimizing traffic flow. If you see there's if you're using something like Google Maps and you see there's an area where there's a lot of traffic, you want Google Maps to immediately update to you that there's traffic in that area and suggest an alternate route. So that's another use case for real-time stream processing. And if you are in the industry where you have equipment such as a mechanical industry, you want to be able to predictively analyze your machine data and see if there's a scope for maintenance. You don't want to wait until the machine is actually broken or is no longer in a working condition before you want to perform the maintenance. And real-time stream processing is also very important in the healthcare system, where you analyze your patient's data and see if you want to actually process, if you want to actually recommend any measures for your patients in real time. That's another typical use case for real-time stream processing. Okay, so the answer for all of those is, of course, streaming. You want to build a stream processing platform. So let's talk about how do we do that. So what is real-time stream processing? So as we discussed, it's the ability to actually process data as soon as it's generated. You don't wait until the end of the day, or you don't wait. Typically, you process it as soon as the data is generated. And typically, you use distributed systems, distributed processing techniques to actually process the data in real time, because there's a lot of data that would be generated typically, and you want to do it either at the place where the data is generated, or in order to scale, you want to use distributed processing techniques to handle the high volume. And this allows business to quickly respond to events. I mentioned a few use cases where real-time stream processing is applicable. Okay, let's talk about some key stream concerns for streaming. For the first few minutes, I'll talk about the architecture aspects of stream processing, and then we'll dive into how you can do it in Azure. By the way, this is from a talk that was given at conference called Current last year. It's called Streaming 101 Revisited, Fresh Hot Take. I'd highly recommend you check this talk out. It provides a lot more insight than what I'm going to be talking about today. But I've picked this one particular slide to talk about what exactly do you want to keep in mind while building a streaming application or streaming platform. First is you would want low latency. That's the objective of a real-time system, right? You want to be able to process records as soon as they're generated. The results should be computable as soon as they're generated, right? And you also want to ensure that the results are actually correct. That is, you want to distinguish between the processing time and the event time. So an event is generated at a particular time, and that is actually sent to your streaming platform, and there's some latency in that. So you want to be able to recognize that latency and process the data according to that latency. You do not want to assume that the processing time and the event time is the same, because that is typically never the same, right? And when you, like I mentioned, the real-time stream processing systems are typically built using distributed processing techniques. So we'll have multiple streams of data that are coming in. You want to be able to handle data that is out of order. So if you have multiple sources of data that are coming in for the same set of data, you typically run into cases where the data is not in order. So you want to be able to handle that as well. And you want computation efficacy, that is, you want your results to be accurate. You do not want to compute the same result twice, because if you are streaming data from a lot of sources, there's a chance that you will end up with the same record being processed twice. So you want to make sure that is prevented as well. And you also want to make sure that you do not compute unnecessary results. You only compute what you want, because in order to reduce the latency and increase the throughput of your streaming platform, you do not want to run into cases where you are computing unnecessary results. And another key concern is the storage, because the records are being generated. You do not want to store it in a file system, so you'd usually be storing it in a memory. So you need to make sure that you're actually storing the records that you need. Drop data that is not actually necessary. As soon as you process something, if you feel it is not necessary, you need to have a mechanism to drop such data. And of course, it goes without saying, you do not want to drop data too early. You'll need to make an informed decision on when you're actually dropping data. Although in a streaming platform, you can store your data to a persistent storage, but when you're actually processing, it's primarily in the memory that you're storing it. So you want to make these assumptions and get these right. And you'd also want to have a system an environment where you actually get the accurate time that you're using for your processing time and compare it with the event time, right? And also have a clock for the system time dependent computation. I'll not delve right much into that. Okay, now that we know we need a streaming platform, there's typically two ways that you can have a streaming platform. Not typically two ways to have a streaming platform, but we know that we need some sort of queue to process this data, because it's a data stream that is constantly being generated. So I want to highlight the differences between two primary kinds of queues that you'll find out there. One is the messaging queue and another is the streaming platform. A messaging queue is typically for a microservices communication, where you have a service A and then you want to send data to service B in real time. You would use a messaging queue. The purpose of a messaging queue is to have a single end consumer. That is, there's a service A that is talking to service B. Only service B can consume the messages that are generated in that messaging queue, in a typical messaging queue. But in a streaming platform, you'd want multiple consumers to consume the data and process it and do a lot of processing on it. And in a streaming platform, the data is usually persisted to a disk, although maybe not immediately when the data is generated. It might be persisted after it is processed, but it is typically persisted to a disk, so you can go back and look at the records that were generated. But in a messaging queue, it is always in memory. And as soon as a consumer consumes the message is typically deleted, because the design for messaging queue is not really meant for storing the data, and it is not really meant for streaming the data to multiple sources. So I'll recover the point where you have more than one consumer for a streaming platform, and in a messaging queue, you typically have just one consumer. That is, you define who is responsible for consuming the message in the messaging queue, and as soon as the consumer consumes the message is deleted in the messaging queue. So another thing that I want to highlight is, in a streaming platform, it is a smart consumer and a dumb broker. That is, a broker is the actual streaming platform or the queue, and consumer is the one that is actually consuming the message. So in a streaming platform, the consumer is supposed to be smarter than the broker. The broker does not handle when should the message be deleted, when should the message be persisted. All of that logic is left to the consumer. The consumer is supposed to keep track of how many records has it consumed, and a few other such features. But in a messaging queue, the broker is smarter than the consumer. So the broker keeps track of who has consumed the message, and as soon as the consumer has consumed the message, it deletes the message from the queue. So in our case, for a real-time streaming pipeline, we'll need a streaming platform rather than a messaging queue, because it lacks the capability of data persistence, and it also deletes the message as soon as someone consumes it. So we'll not be able to reprocess the data if necessary. So here's where we talk about Azure Event Hubs. It is a managed service by Azure, of course, and the documentation describes it as a modern big data streaming platform and event ingestion service. So what does this mean, right? Of course, big data can translate to meaning you can ingest large amount of data, and the keyword here is the event ingestion service. So Azure Event Hub is a queue that it's not typically described as a queue, but it is a queue that allows you to ingest events into your platform. So in this diagram, let's walk through this diagram. Right? Let me see if I can get the pointer. Okay. I hope the cursor is visible. I'll just point with the cursor. Okay, we have the event producers that are actually generating data into the Azure Event Hub, and the Azure Event Hub supports three protocols for ingestion of data, that is HTTPS, AMQP, and Kafka protocol. You can think of Azure Event Hub as Kafka offering of Azure, but it isn't really Apache Kafka under the hood. It does a lot more than Apache Kafka in terms of supporting different protocols and things like that. And event producers generate data. For example, all of the use cases that we spoke about earlier. There's some sort of event producer that is generating data. Let's take the example of the website click streams. Your browser will generate data of your user activity. Let's say user clicked on a button or purchased an item. All of that is user activity that is generated in your browser. That is sent to Azure Event Hubs. In our example, let's say it is sent to Azure Event Hubs. It can be sent through HTTPS protocol or AMQP, which is Advanced Messaging Queue protocol, which is typically used in messaging queues, but Azure Event Hubs support the AMQP as well. And it also supports the Kafka protocol, so you can use Azure Event Hub as a Kafka cluster. And in Azure Event Hub, the data is divided into several partitions. This is how we implement distributed processing techniques in Azure Event Hub. The data is divided into multiple partitions, which can be stored in different availability zones to increase your availability for all that matters. But the reason why the data is divided into multiple partitions in Azure Event Hub is so that it can be consumed by multiple consumers at the same time. So on the consumer trend, that is when the messages are actually used by the streaming platform. You define a consumer group, which is a group of consumers all grouped into a single ID, and these consumers can talk to all of those different partitions at the same time and ensure that each partition is only processed once. So in this diagram, I'm not sure if it is very I'm not sure if it is very evident that the consumer group 1 is talking to all 4 partitions in the Azure Event Hub, and the consumer group 2 is talking to all 4 partitions of the Azure Event Hub. So that way, each consumer group process all the partitions in the Azure Event Hub without duplicating the processing. That is, no record is processed twice, because the consumer each partition is only being consumed once. Okay, I'll just take a quick pause to see if there are any questions. Okay. Yes, the broker is abstracted here. Unlike Apache Kafka, it is abstracted, and since Azure Event Hub is a managed service, you don't really deal with the brokers here. But internally, it has some sort of brokers that are there. The only thing that is exposed to you as a user is the partition. You take control over the partition and see how you want to produce data or consume data based on the partitions. Right.
We are pushing the data via the HTTPS.
Yes. you can either push it through HTTPS or AMQP or the Kafka protocol, which is TCP. And while consuming, it only supports Kafka and AMQP. It doesn't really support HTTPS. Although,
One more question is when we're creating via Kafka, there also we have option to create partitions. So what is this Azure Event Hub Center and what it is doing? So from Kafka configuration, so we can do partitions.
yes. So the Kafka that is mentioned here is just the protocol that Azure Event Hub supports. Azure Event Hubs is a Kafka compatible cluster. It is Apache Kafka for all that matters. But it isn't really Apache Kafka. It's got some differences, but you can think of it as Kafka in Azure. If you want to map it to Kafka, the Azure Event Hub's namespace is a Kafka cluster, and the Azure Event Hub itself is a topic in Kafka. So that's how it maps between Kafka and Azure Event Hub.
So via Azure Event Hub, we are going to create a Kafka.
Yes. So you can think of it as
having the broker and how many applications you need and
yes.
partitions.
Yes, you can define the partitions, but you don't really have access to the brokers because it's a managed service. All of it is upside.
And you're going to create a Kafka topic, so the producer and top and consumer topic name will be same or it's kind of different. So we are going to use a single topic name for the producer and consumer, or?
Yes, it depends on the use case. So you create a topic for a particular topic. So for example, if you want to store all the click streams data of your website, you create a topic called clickstream and you store all of the clickstream data in that particular topic. But that topic is partitioned into multiple partitions so that it can be distributed and consumed at the same time by multiple consumers for faster processing. So let's talk about why use Azure Event Hub when there's something like Apache Kafka or so, right? The first and most obvious one is it is Azure native service. That is, if you're using other services in Azure and you want to do stream processing or you want to use a stream platform in Azure, Azure Event Hub is the first choice. It acts as the first step in your Azure streaming platform in your Azure environment. So if you want to do further processing down the line, you can think of Azure Event Hub as the first step or the door to your data that is coming in. And from Azure Event Hub, you can actually stream data to multiple other platforms and do analytics there. And it is a managed service, so you don't really have to worry about managing the brokers. If you've ever configured Apache Kafka in a production environment, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of overhead that is there while you're running your own Apache Kafka cluster. This simplifies it a lot. And you can also have built-in fault tolerance with geo-disaster recovery. That is, you can replicate your entire Azure Event Hub namespace to another region that is all taken care by Azure. You just need to set up a single configuration and it replicates the data seamlessly. And even within a single region, you can spread your cluster across multiple availability zones so that at least some partitions of your Azure Event Hub is not affected. And it also allows you to store your data that is coming in to persistent storage such as an Azure blob storage or so any of the Azure storage services with a feature called capture. And you spoke about the multiple protocol support, so it supports HTTPS, AMQP, and the Kafka protocol. If you're using Apache Kafka, it natively only supports Kafka. Also, don't get me wrong, I'm a big Kafka advocate. It's just I'm talking about why do you want to use Azure Event Hub over Kafka in certain use cases. And it has a rich developer ecosystem as well. There's a lot of SDKs that allow you to produce and consume data to Azure Event Hub. And the final service or the other service that actually takes care of the processing of the data for in a real-time stream processing pipeline is Azure Stream Analytics. We've used Azure Event Hub to actually ingest data from other sources into Azure. But how do we process the data in Azure? There's a service called Azure Stream Analytics, which is a serverless real-time analytics offering in Azure. So you don't really have to manage the service for the processing. That's what serverless indicates. And you can deploy it either on Azure Cloud or on your edge servers. If you have an IoT device that is constantly generating a lot of data, you want to analyze data in your edge device, you can do that with Azure Stream Analytics. And all of the processing is written in SQL, familiar language most data engineers might be familiar with. So you don't really have to learn new language to do the processing. And it is also very easily extensible with custom code. You can add some JavaScript functions and do some additional processing as well. And it also has some built-in machine learning capabilities that you can do. So you can think of it, this entire thing as an ETL pipeline, where you ingest data with the Azure Event Hub, or you can ingest data with other Azure services as well, like Azure Blob Storage or IoT Hub. And in the transformation section, we have Azure Stream Analytics, which actually does the processing. And you can finally deliver it to more than one destinations. You can have dashboarding with Power BI or put it back into Azure Event Hub, which can be later consumed by something else. And you can store it in any of the Azure data services, Azure storage services, sorry. So that's what Azure Stream Analytics is. Let's take a look at one example of creating an Azure Event Hub and doing the stream processing with that. Okay, I'm in the Azure portal. Let's take a look at creating an Azure Event Hub with that, and we'll create a Stream Analytics job based on it. I already have a Azure Event Hub created, but I'll just walk you through some parameters that you would actually want to consider when creating an Azure Event Hub. This is just from an architectural point of view to consider what you want to do when creating an Azure Event Hub. So the first thing is you want to create a namespace. So in the Apache Kafka world, it would be Kafka cluster. So namespace contains multiple Azure Event Hub. So you typically select all the resource group and the name and the region. And in the pricing tier, you would want to use standard or premium tier if you want to use the Kafka capabilities. If you use a basic namespace, it will not support the Kafka protocol. That's just one thing to keep in mind. And the scaling in Azure Event Hubs is done through something called throughput units, which is SKUs for Event Hub namespace. You define how many throughput units you want to define for your Event Hub namespace. Based on that, you can scale your Event Hub namespace. And so that's about the configuration that you would need for creating an Azure Event Hub namespace. I already have one created, so I'll just use that one to demonstrate creating an actual Event Hub. So in the namespace, we can either set up geo-recovery for fault tolerance. You can replicate your entire namespace to a different region. Azure Event Hub namespace is a regional service, so if you want regional tolerance, you want to replicate the entire thing to another region with geo-recovery. So under the namespace, you have Azure Event Hubs, which is the actual topic for your Azure Event Hub. So when you create an Azure Event Hub, you would specify the partition count. So this is what defines how distributed you want the data to be and how you want to scale your individual Event Hub. And you would also specify the retention policy for your Azure Event Hub. So typically, you would store it for 7 days or so. You define the retention time based on how long you want to store the data. This is because if you want to come back and process the data, you can do that because it is persistent. And I spoke about the capture capability where you actually store your data store your data in an Azure storage service when you create an Azure Event Hub. I already have a few Azure Event Hubs created. We have some that is for the customer interaction and for the products in an e-commerce website. Battery. Let's hope I can wrap this up before it runs out. Okay, let's jump into the Stream Analytics to see how we can consume this data from Azure Event Hub. So in Stream Analytics, also actually created a few jobs in the past. Let's take a look at how do you create one. This is actually straightforward. You just give your name and where do you want to deploy it. And the streaming unit is once again the SKUs for your stream analytics to see how you want to scale, or the actual performance of your stream analytics job is dependent on the streaming units. So let's take a look at one of the examples that I've created. It's for an e-commerce insight. So for each stream analytics job, you define a set of inputs and outputs. So inputs are typically an Azure Event Hub or an IoT Hub or a blob storage. In our case, we're using an Azure Event Hub. I've already created an Azure Event Hub, and it actually streams data from Azure Event Hub into Stream Analytics. I'll not actually walk through all the parameters, but we're using a managed identity to get all the data from Azure Event Hub into Stream Analytics. And we also have outputs where once the stream processing is done, where do you want to store the data, or where do you want to stream the data to next? So there's a lot of output options, but in my example, I've actually streamed it back to Azure Event Hub, but you can store it in an Azure blob storage or any of the data services that Azure provides, or even dashboard it with Power BI. Let's take a look at the query, which is the most important part in Azure Stream Analytics job, which is where you define your stream processing capabilities. So it looks very familiar if you're familiar with SQL. It is a simple SQL query that is getting all the data from one of the topics, customer interaction, and joining it with the products stream. Both of these are Azure Event Hub topics that are streamed into Azure Stream Analytics. And what we're doing is we're just calculating the total revenue of the product based on the customer interaction data and the products. I'll not actually walk through the query, but if you're interested, I can chat more about it offline on how you actually write these queries and what is actually going on behind the scenes. Okay, with that, I'm actually running out of battery, so I'll wrap it up. Okay, thank you, everybody. It was a quick walkthrough on how you can do real-time stream analytics in Azure.
So I think thanks a lot for having this. So quick.
Sir, good afternoon. Last session, there may be lot of information came to your mind, right? So we will do one thing. It's last session, right? Let's do some kind of refreshment on our mind. So whatever you guys reserve for me, end the noise and trap. Okay, this is what I used to tell them. Okay, let's do some noise here, 10 seconds. So we will think that, okay, we are just joining new session. Okay, are you guys ready? Help me to make some noise here. And we'll get one more thing. If we make noise, they think that this nice session, then somebody will come in, right? So can you do? 3, 2, 1. I didn't hear. Yay! Okay, we'll make something little better. Whoever is making more noise, there's a treat. Okay, again. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We'll give it last. No. I could not find out who is the right person. Everybody, awesome guys. Okay. So, let's start. Who are really interested, or maybe who is too much fascinated to give surprise gift? Anybody? Girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, kids, husband? Anybody?
Myself.
Okay, even. So I got some hands. I also like it. For that, I did multiple times, and this is my story. I usually, some special days we order that. Nowadays almost everybody try this online option, right? To buy some special gift. Then the special day will come. We need to thank that courier person. He will come on time. Ring, open the door. I get the gift. Give to, okay, in my case, I give to my wife. Oh my God, this is expectation. This is my expectation, but reality. Okay, you might see some memes, right? This is expectation, this is the reality. Like that only always happening to me. Within next 2 days, I need to return that or replace it. I don't know how many of you guys are same experience, but I did have this kind of experience regularly. But when I'm returning, right? Returning is very nice feature, right? This online websites given return feature, that's very, very cool, right? Yeah, a lot of people taking advantage. See, when we saying the returning policy, almost all companies are also complaining. People go on from they're having a lot of attrition. People are going. So I'm thinking, why IT companies also think about it? Don't do any return. They cut down the return policy at all. So okay, something like that. So anyways, return policy helped me too well. Not only help me, when I'm doing return or when I'm going directly back to them and select another one during selection, how do I make it very nice, right? This time my selection is not good. I will refer with my friend. I will refer with my wife, even though it's a surprise, and make everybody know that, okay, I'm buying something for you, and make everybody happy. That becomes surprise. So here, one advantage I'm getting is collaboration. I bring a lot of people from here and here, that, and help me for my decision, right? No, I don't know whether you guys think about it. You have all these sites, Amazon, Flipkart, all those things. They give a lot of products. We are paying for it, right? This many big category list. Okay, these are the choices for you. These are the features for you. You go and read and decide. Boss, I'm not so expert like you guys. You are selling me, somebody has to tell me this is the right product for you. I need to look at reviews, what is the best one for, what is their thoughts, then find out what's the right thing. Okay, so for me, anyway, this online sites, whatever sites is providing by these all organizations, personally, I want to improve. I don't know whether you guys agree with me or not. Just agree. Okay, of course, I can tell that there is a lot of changes happen in websites. See, when 15 years back or 20 years back, Google loaded. First time Google loaded. Before that, Yahoo and all full. If you guys seen, I don't know, remember that screen with load of classifieds. There is no space anywhere in the website. Okay, full classifieds. When Google launched, we were using that internet connection which is taking 30k 20k like that. After Google loading, we're still thinking, hey, come on, load full. It's actually will come with only one text box. We're thinking of something more. So from there are a lot of changes happen to our website. Even somebody is doing a time travel suddenly, from 15 years back to now, and giving them, okay, you tell me this site versus this site, give me the content, give the Instagram and Facebook for them. They will be next day, they will be in a hospital. Okay, they have to continuously do it. There is no ending, The 15 years back, finished. Did you guys find it? The end of Facebook or end of Instagram, the wall, right? It's continuously going. So there are a lot of changes happen. I agree totally, but still there are a lot of possibility to improve, right? Okay. So this is not only for this retail business. If you take any business, doctors want to do, some people, doctors traveling nowadays here and there. I want to do a kind of communication to them. So now WhatsApp is there, some other mechanisms are there. But still, from a hospital perspective, we are not giving a branded option for them to communicate. Okay? I don't want you guys to be so serious, okay? It's okay. You can chill, right? So next, same thing like schools. My kids' schools always this problem. They make this parents meeting in weekdays. They don't care. I have job. My wife has job. They don't care about it. Your kids is more important. You have to come and meet us on that day. Then say, ma'am, you have some Zoom or something is there? No, we don't have. So that area is actually, there's a lot of possibility to improvement. Okay, how do we improve that now? All websites need a collaboration, an omni-channel facility. Did you guys thought about it, or you know that? What is the possibilities available? Omni-channel, what is possibility? Okay, one possibility always, okay, I will make everything my own. I may set up a WebRTC, all this. There are a lot of technologies available. You can make this. Nowadays, nobody is going to make this. Any small company, I don't want to do that, right? So of course, this question of making ourselves is out. All big, companies only handling these things. So definitely it is going to Amazon or Microsoft. So what we are going to talk about, Microsoft version of omnichannel, or the support, how we can make our website more collaborative, help us make more business, right? Without putting a lot of effort, headaches, and do it very quickly. And according to my need, I cannot pay millions for you to do this. I can pay something, but according to my need. So it doesn't mean that my website is so big, so doing a lot of transaction, or I'm doing a big business. It doesn't mean that. Anything, I want to do it according to my need. So what we are going to talk about today is that Microsoft version of omnichannel facilities. So one service is available with Azure. It's called communication service. Okay. So let's go to demo directly. Okay. Let's see how this will work for us, right? How many people are here? Developers. How many are infrastructure? Okay, developers. Wow. Okay, all are developers. Mobile. Web. Okay. Web, then IoT, all other stuffs. Okay, great. Okay, so which language? React, C Sharp, .NET, Java. Okay. So I am looking for a community where multiple people are there. If I am saying that okay, to support only React, okay, I'm going right. Support only Java, no. So that we want something common for everybody and easy to plug in, right? So okay, let's see a demo how it looks like. By the way, this demo will not, to make the same demo for yourself will not take more than half an hour. Okay, so I did only for the demo purpose. At last, I'll show one real world application where we try to incorporate this feature. Okay. Before that, whatever other things you guys are seeing is just a demo, right? Okay. So we open a I just create a small website. So there's no other feature in that website, only group calling purpose. Okay. So I can go back. You see the same thing. So this website is hosted in Azure with the help of Azure Communication Service. Now I have opened a streaming facility or a communication facility on this website. If you want to join with you guys, if you want to join with me, you can join by just click on this link. Scan this link, you will be here with me. We can talk each other. We are not using Zoom. We are not using WebEx. We are not using Teams. You use just a website. Okay. After login, after start the call, you will be there in here. So we can have a group discussion. No need. Your URL is coming. Okay, good. Share your video also. I can see you guys here. Can go back to that site. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, share your video. So we will see. So I can see Raju, Ashwin. Wow. How is it? Is it nice? I'm saying this can be done 30 minutes. Right.
So we can create ourselves.
Yeah, I'll show you. Okay. Yeah. So I want to feel that this is how it's looked like. So this feature you can embed in your website, in your mobile, in your web, anywhere. Okay. It has additional options or additional functionality that we'll discuss after this. Now we're talking. Right? So these many people are in, right? So wonderful. This streaming also very nice. Agreed with me? Yes. Okay. So can we go to next item? Yes. So you want to see how this is happening, right? Right. You have to tell me what is the advantage first of all. Why are you worried about disadvantage first? Okay. Are you using Teams? Okay. Do you see any disadvantage in Team? That same disadvantage here. It's basic license and on basis of usage. The pricing is on basis of usage, consumption prices. Okay. Right. So the engine which is used behind this, the same engine used for Teams. This is the engine which is using Teams also. Actually, this product was there in 20 years back. It's called LCS, Live Communication Server. Okay. Now they rebranded it, made it like that. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, of course. I'll throw you guys out. Okay, that's our first. We have nice ones. Okay, coming in. So let's keep this alive. All right. So this is, as I mentioned, this is one. Okay. Probably because of time constraints also, I'm not going too technical or too deep also in this communication service, but that doesn't mean that you guys are not able to understand this. Very easy. I can tell where's the place you can go and do all this activity. If you tried 1 or 2 weeks, you can be expert on this area, right? So we need to create, first of all, a backbone. That is your Azure Communication Service. So, okay. So where is it? Okay. This is my Azure portal. You have that service available. Go to Azure Communication Service. You can create yourself. There's no If I can create it, you can create very easily than me. So this is one service which I created, and it has multiple facilities, not only phone and the video which we've seen. We have SMS, we have network. You can do in IoT control also. Okay, there is more features. I will talk about that. So once you build this, it's available for you to use it, consume it. Basically, this build will take actually 5-10 minutes. After that, it's available. You have tokens to use this for your application. This token is, if you want to just for trial purpose or testing purpose, you can create this sample token for 24 hours. This will be valid. If you want to really generate token yourself, there's a program available. I show that location also. You can try that, and you can generate token on the way, on the fly, right? And you have connection string. These all information will be helping to you connect communication service, use the feature in your website. Okay, and you can buy phone numbers, you can buy emails and attach to this. Phone numbers is not available in India. If you are using Azure India building, phone numbers are not available, but it's going to come very soon. Emails, either your domain or you can buy a domain from Azure itself and connect it. So what I did was, there is another service called email communication service, where you can create emails. You can attach your existing custom domain email. There's some process to define it, and again, it's all well documented. There is no confusion, or you don't need to ask for support to handle it. So we created some communication service here. Some emails are that the email is actually connected to the original communication service, and I cannot show SMS or real telephony for you. Like I can say call you on your mobile with this service. Now we will talk about that use cases. Okay, but unfortunately, with my license, it's not able to get a phone number and SMS integration. Otherwise, I would have shown you. You can do chatting. Chat facilities are there. Okay, so for this, to understand all these things, the developers, okay, the portion which I shown is for the platform team who want to set up this Azure communication service and given to developers. Developers, whatever type of developer you are, whatever component you are developing, you have all this UI library available. Okay, so they're given a composite libraries where you don't even need anything. Just who knows React here? Okay, so React and all, you don't need to put under design. You just need to say that I want this call composite. This portion alone will give you that entire feature what I've shown you guys. It's having phone call, video, chat, all this facility. This portion of code, if you put there in your React here. Yes, NPM package is there. Okay, so the entire walkthrough is available on this URL. So I'm not going detail in this one because this can be actually again a half an hour session to make you guys understand. But interesting thing is, if you wanted to do a sample preview about what you're reading, you can actually do a preview here. In the preview, they're asking that information, right? Your username and the token, all those stuff. If you put that from your communication service, the screen will pop up with the same screen what I shown you guys. Okay, so go through this link, you will understand what is Azure communication service, how you can actually interact with your application. Okay, next use case. So we did phone call and video. Okay, we were another story. I was reading one book, how to make a business, self-business, or how do we make some revenue through some external businesses. So that the book is telling that, okay, don't try to manufacture everything yourself. Before that, you do some marketing. You do sell. You give your advertisement appropriately and distribute across and understand users' need. According to their need, you start manufacturing and sell it to them. Okay, so nowadays it's happening, right? If you go a lot of sites, if you notice, product will be out of stock, and you can request. Then later they will send to us, right? So If you want to make same concept or same thing for your doing a marketing in your website, where you collect information and telling that, okay, now this is available. There's some events happening, now it's available. If you want to do that, will this service help? That's what we are going to talk about now. This is actually, as I mentioned, like it can email blast, it can do SMS blast, it can do a call directly. Okay, so I'll show one demo for it.
In the sense to get a mobile number or directly?
Yeah, you will get a toll-free number. If you can buy a toll-free number as part of this service, and you can use that. And not only that, now
The way the AWS services has on the phone numbers.
which service it is?
That's what are some phone numbers which you buy it and keep it as a toll number.
Yeah. What is that service name? You have this. Anybody can say. That's actually competitor for this product. Okay. Right. So this is one. Who knows Power Platform? Okay. This application built on Power Apps. Okay. It's just a Canvas app showcasing this surface and this product details and all those things. Okay. So what I want is I want to inform the members who is actually requested for this product or asked for this product, inform them through an email when this product is available. So what I'm going to do is just clicking on this inform. So behind the scene, what's happening is just I created a small Power Automate. Okay, since you guys are don't aware about Power Platform, Power Platform is a no-code, low-code feature or functionality available from Microsoft, where you can do development very quickly without writing any single line of code. You can make apps like this. Okay, so and if you want to do any workflow kind of stuff, you can use Power Automate. So here what I use, this is Canvas app. Behind the scene, if I click on this, it's actually running a workflow. It's called Power Automate. Power Automate has a connector to Azure Communication Service. So if I'm clicking it and triggering that Power Automate, it's trying to identify who all are actually requested for this product or shown interest to this product, finding out all of them, sending an email to them. So now it's only interest from me, so it's sending email to me. So I clicked on it, it will automatically trigger a Power Automate behind the scene. So if you see, this is Power Automate history, how many workflows there's running. So it's just a blast, email blast. If you want to do an email blast, SMS blast, or a call blast, you can do this. So even though, I'm saying you can do this means whatever we are talking in Azure, specifically Azure services, it won't take months and months for you to understand and do this. It's very quick learning. I want to keep that thought process on your mind. That is my agenda of this entire meeting. So if you see that, okay, within 1 minute, there's one flow ran. So this is how that flow looks like. Okay, what I'm doing is just initiating and identifying that person and sending an email with this content. So this email is going to come to me. So see, oops, it will come. So I got an email, right? So demo marketing email, just some information, okay? This way, what you can do is, you can do, how is it? Is it good? No, I don't see you guys are excited. Right, okay. Wow, but I was really, that's why, sometimes I don't have words to tell how these kind of features are providing for us to connect and use in our websites. Even though you build your website free, there are free websites option, then pay 5,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees. So you can make all these features in your website. Is it good?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So this is another feature. If you want to do any marketing to campaign, all those things is possible with Azure Communication Service. All right. We have actually thought of 5 demo. Okay, now second is over. The third one will go. Okay, third one actually, maybe you guys have a lot of questions, but I will not answer all of those questions, especially for third one. This is one real world scenario. Okay, we are talking about we have to have nice features available in our customer service websites, right? So this is one requirement. Let's assume it's an insurance company. They are asking for a branch. No? So it's a virtual world to their office. So we have virtual options, and we have multiple rooms over here. We can get in. So I'm not interested to talk about this much. What I'm going to tell is right how we integrated Azure Communication Service with this. So in this case, this is not in Power Page. It is created in React 360. His technology. You can, offline you can connect with him. You will get all the information. We had already a call in between. Everybody like that here. Okay, so here we integrated a board. So it's actually take us to the same stuff what we seen earlier. But there's a difference here. We had a scenario. This organization, they had a call center team who is traveling across. There's no specific location where they sit and take it. They will be working from home. They may be working from seashore. They will be working from anywhere, right? But everybody has that team. They are using internal organization. They are using teams. So organization-based teams. Almost everybody. I mean, if you're working in an organization, you must be using teams, right? You know all the functionality of that. So we have channels, your groups, and everything. So as a customer, I cannot give them Teams link and all, right? It's difficult. So what I'm going to give in my website, I'm giving them an option. If you want to talk to my consultant, here it is. You can talk to them. They will be available for you. You don't need to call, dial their toll-free number, talk to them, all those things. You can use this feature. It will be available for you. If you click on this, now I want to talk to this customer. Okay. So now, in fact, I am the same person who working in other end also. So obviously, I'm going to get. See, somebody is waiting for you. Please talk to him. Maybe you are traveling, you stay there. Okay, stop there and take this call and address his concern. Go back. So here, I'm joining. So what you're going to see is Azure Communication Service integrating with Teams. Organization is using Teams. Website doesn't have any idea. It is connecting to Teams. And from here, it is cool, right? You can share the screen. You can share the files. You can talk to them. You can ask anything. Next time, I hope my parents' meeting will happen through this. Right, like that. So I can join. So we are able to talk each other. So once I join here, I'll admit my guest. Okay, let's talk each other. Of course, I didn't leave. But you guys understand, right? The concept, right? Wow, this is what it is. Okay.
Can we connect with some other communication channels?
Which communication channel you want to connect to?
I'm using Slack, so can I get the notifications?
I will give my email address, but after you connect, let me know how to do that. No, actually, it is possible. There is an adapter of all the functionalities available. It's wonderful. So I'm going to stop. Before that, I want. Okay, I have some goodies. Literally, I am out of questions. You guys are, no? Okay, how many of you really fed up when you're starting here 15-20 minutes for the registration?
No, we were on time. Maybe they came and waited. I waited.
Huh?
Half an hour.
Who? 30 minutes. Huh? Oh my gosh. 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Actually, you can be registered again.
Who, stand wait 1 minute, 2 minutes like that. Whom we will give? 40 minutes or 1 minute people? 1 minute actually two people, two members. I have only two goodies. Okay, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I agree that idea. Pass it on. So, hope next time you don't need to wait, okay? Next time you guys don't need to wait. We will have Azure Communication Service integrated thing, so you will register from home itself, right?
Thank you. Thank you to all of you, right, for to bear the late in lunch with us. So we apology for that, but still, thanks a lot for being with us. So we have a little quiz and a couple of giveaways in track 2, which is in NDR 2. So we'll just do a couple of 3 minutes to wait for the wonderful session. And yeah, then we'll
Awesome.
So we'll try to move to NDR 2 track 3 now, and we'll try to gather